open to anyone, all around the world.
Oh my gosh.
The Chess.com Global Championship offers the dream of playing against the best.
We are in for a wild ride.
And hey, have we mentioned there's also $1 million at stake?
The total pot is $1 million.
No, that is not a typo. The prizes are unbelievably generous.
We began with thousands of players. Now only dozens remain.
What a move by Timur. It's over. He's going to live to tell the tale.
And that is enough to take victory in this Armageddon game, Dania.
The CGC knockout phase has arrived. There are those who played their way in, and some are here thanks to their well-earned reputations. No matter who you are, things are about to get very, very real.
Oh my
What a
goodness. Massive congratulations to Sam Sevian.
A trip to the CGC finals and a clean shot at the largest first place prize of the year. My friends, it's the CGC round of 16. Who will take the next step to Toronto?
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a big day. We hope everybody has been enjoying their weekends, but your weekend is about to get a whole of a lot better. Welcome to the Chess.com Global Championship presented by Brave. I'm your host, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Alongside me today is my good friend, Grandmaster Aman Hambleton. This is the start of the round of 16, Aman. We have two amazing matches for you today. What have you to say?
Hey, Dania. Hello, everybody. And so excited to get into the round of 16 today. We finally get to narrow down the field even more towards that final 8 that make it to Toronto, Dania. So, as usual, I'm just excited to see these matches and get more information about who we're going to see more of in this competition.
Absolutely, me too. Before we take a look at our main bracket, a quick shout out to our friends at Brave. They have joined us as our presenting sponsor for the rest of the CGC all the way through to Toronto. Thank you to Brave. So today we begin the round of 16. 2 tickets are going to be punched to the final 8 and to Toronto. But let's start from the main bracket, Aman. I want your general thoughts on the CGC up to this point. It's lived up to its expectations. That's not subject to debate. But what kinds of descriptors, adjectives come to mind when you think of the CGC thus far?
Well, I mean, if you're looking for one word, I'd say unpredictable. But that's with any large bracket event, I think you're always going to get that. And it's just so exciting that we still have that in chess. You look at the names that still remain. One of them definitely stands out. Pavel Pankratov, right? You know, you see that name there and you're like, almost some players would be saying, what, who is this? Like, he's made it all the way to the top 16. He's a very strong player, but certainly not at the level of reputation of everyone else in this tournament. And perhaps he needs to be. So that's what's really exciting about a tournament like this and the format, the knockout. There's so much pressure, but you've got these Cinderella runs from players that not everyone knows about. So it's really exciting as you take a look at the entire bracket as a whole, and you see the path that some players took to be here. One thing we can say for sure, Dania, is that everyone that's still in this competition has earned their way here and deserves to be here.
And many have earned their way here by beating players rated far higher than they are. You mentioned Pavel Pankratov. Let's take a look at the round of 32 upsets. We can see the community predictions below the match scores. We have Nihal Sarin against Vladimir Kramnik. Now, technically, you could argue that that wasn't an upset, but let's be real. Vladimir Kramnik is an ex-world champion. He was #1 in the world for years and years, and we got to take our hats off to Nihal Sarin, who finds himself in a great spot. Pavel Pankratov, you mentioned him. Alexei Sarana played one of the most epic matches of the CGC by defeating Shak in the Armageddon. Aman, your eyes just dart from one match to the other.
Yeah, no, they absolutely do. It's like, how do you pick which one was the most exciting? It's sort of like you just had to be there. This is live entertainment. It's so exciting watching these go down when it comes all the way to an Armageddon as well. Sarana, obviously, in terms of the seeding, easily one of the most notable there. But of course, Pavel Pankratov, who's still in this tournament as well. There's so many exciting players that, they're just not as well known maybe as the Kramniks of the world, the Maxims of the world. But one thing that a lot of them have in common, Dania, is that a lot of the upsets are caused by players that are quite young. So I think that's saying a little bit something about the trend right now in world chess.
Indeed, and a lot of young players are still remaining as we look at the round of 16 bracket. We have players really from every generation. Pavel Pankratov, Timur Rajabov, they haven't hit 40 yet, but they are the veterans of this group. You've got JKD, Jan Krzysztof Duda on the top left. You have Wesley So, you have Jeffrey Xiong, who just turned 20. I think he's only 21. So you've got representatives from every generation here. Hikaru Nakamura, one of the elder statesmen, and yet obviously one of the favorites as he faces another elder statesman in Leonard Dominguez on the top left. But forget all that, because today we have two matches for you, and we're going to zero in on those matches and tell you all about them. We've got Wesley So facing off against Jeffrey Xiong, and another All-American matchup in Levon Aronian against Samuel Sevian. Starting from the left matchup, Wesley against Jeffrey. Amal, what can you tell me about the dynamic of this match? It's going to be a fascinating one, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. The interesting thing about what we've got on on deck for you guys today is that, first of all, it's clearly an All-American day, but also it's two people that I think have established themselves in Aronian and Wesley. And in this match, Wesley certainly established himself as one of the absolute best in the world in almost every format. And I even include Chess 960 as one of those formats. Wesley is an all-around player and so consistently good in knockout formats. I feel like he's one of those players that's always reliable. You know that he's going to make it far in the tournament. He hardly loses matches, and if he does, it's not by a wide margin. He's up against Jeffrey Xiong, up-and-coming player, but how long can you say someone's up and coming before they're already up and they're here?
He is coming.
Yeah, exactly. He's still coming. Up. That's the thing. So really exciting match today, but definitely I think Wesley has that tempered approach. He knows how to use his theoretical advantage to push you that small edge. He doesn't overpress, and for sure, if there's something available to him, he's going to go out and he's going to take it.
We've got a matchup card for you in the Wesley-Jeffrey match. The head-to-head record in Classical and in Rapid is pretty encouraging for Wesley. He has a hefty lead. He's only lost one game between their Classical and Rapid encounters. They will face off again in just a couple of days at the 2022 U.S. Championship over the board. So Wesley also wants to set the tone for that upcoming games. There's a lot on the line, both financially and in terms of their pride and in terms of their psychology. So Wesley is the favorite. Let's make no bones about that. But Jeffrey, he is so dangerous. He has demonstrated great preparation in this event, and it ain't going to be an easy ride for Wesley. So, but the other match, speaking of difficult rides, it's going to be a difficult ride for Levon Aronian as well, because he faces Sam Sevian, who has become one of the truly compelling stories of the CGC. He's played such incredibly inspired chess. Where does he come from, and who is he? Let's take a look at our Sam Sevian profile. Enjoy. Then just a mere 13 years old, Sam Sevian became the youngest chess player in US history to earn the title of Grandmaster. Oh my lands. That's younger than Fabiano Caruana, younger than Hikaru Nakamura, and younger than a fellow named Bobby Fischer. Now 21 and a Super Grandmaster, Sevian reached a 2,700 FIDE rating last spring. The young American followed that up this summer, flashing signs of brilliance in qualifying for the Chess.com Global Championships. Competing in one of the first play-ins, Sevian was simply faster than the competition as he secured a spot into the round of 64.
Sam Sevian is gonna make it through. He secured himself a big place in the knockouts.
Once in the main bracket, Sevian took advantage, making quick work of Rasmus Svane, winning 3 straight games to step into the next round.
Sevian is very in control of this game and will be the first one moving on to the round of 32 of these games going on right now.
In the round of 32, 90% of the community in our bracket challenge had Maxime Vachier-Lagrave as the favorite.
This is looking like it's going to be 1-0 for MVL, so Sam has to strike back ASAP.
Sevian shut out the noise and managed to outlast MVL to secure a much-deserved seat in the round of 16.
This is game, set, and match. Sam Sevian is taking your 90-10 community predictions, telling you none of you have any role predicting another match in the future. And it's over!
And Sam Sevian with a deep breath as he leans back.
Oh my
what a
goodness.
Match. Now lined up against fellow American Levon Aronian, Sevian will look to continue to tap into his building confidence, and with a win, perhaps officially reach for some his true potential. Well, I've known Sam Sevian for many years. He has been one of the biggest bracket busters here at the CGC. He has blossomed into an unbelievably dangerous player who continues to improve. We've got a matchup card in front of you here. Amon, both of these players so well established by this point. Levon Aronian is much older. He is more experienced. He leads their classical game head-to-head, even though they haven't played that many times. But Sam Sevian has pulled through in their rapid game head-to-head. That's incredible to have a 2-game lead against Levon Aronian in any format, isn't it?
Yeah. Any format, it doesn't matter. And the other thing is, of course, they've played more than 2 games too. So he's got a 2-game lead, but they've also he's drawn a couple games. So they have a large sample size in rapid. And wouldn't you know it there, Danya? Of course, these games are rapid. So I think that's the stat that you guys want to pay more attention to. Of course, the classical speaks volumes, but I think when it comes to rapid chess and the format that we've got for you here in the ChesscomGlobal Championship, that's actually what's going to play into this more. So Sevian has demonstrated time and time again that he doesn't even consider himself an underdog. He goes up against MVL. He's ready to handle that challenge. Going up against Aronian here, I feel that Sevian is ready to handle this challenge as well.
I agree completely, and he's demonstrated nerves of steel most recently in his Armageddon game against MVL. We have some community predictions for you as well in the Wesley Jeffrey matchup. Man, Jeffrey is going to have an axe to grind in this match because only 9% selected him to beat Wesley. So I would have assigned a somewhat higher value, and Levon Aronian, the heavy favorite as well. This is dangerous. Our community, it's like in Who Wants to Be a Millionaire when you ask the audience and everybody says C. It's one of those rare occasions when it actually could be B, couldn't it?
Exactly. Yeah. No, that's actually a really great way to put it. That, you know, the people have spoken. We hear you, but at the same time, you know, if we run this match 10 times, are you saying that Jeffrey Xiong, you know, doesn't even win it once or barely wins it once?
I don't know about that.
I don't know about that, Danya.
When you say it like that, you know, when you say it like that, I think it's a slightly overly bold prediction, but no question, the veterans, the elder statesmen, they are the favorites. No question about that. But Sam Sevian and Jeffrey Xiong, they're going to be looking to prove some points and change some minds here. But before we jump into the games, in case you are late to the party and just joining us, a quick overview of the format. Amon, if you don't know what the time control is and how many games are played in each match, you know, we don't want to make you feel bad for just joining, but, you know, where have you been and why have you missed the beginning of the CGC in the rounds of 64 and 32?
Absolutely. Yeah, this is like, you know, just a cursory reminder here. Of course, we're talking about single elimination. That's why the tournament is so exciting, that the loser of the match goes home, and the winner will get closer and closer to that final, you know, eventual first place and gets on their way to Toronto. So, Danya, we see the players here on screen. There they are, the classic brick wall setup. That's there for Aronian.
I like that. I like that aesthetic.
Yeah,
that's a cool aesthetic. The brick wall.
It could be inside or outside. You just don't know.
That's true. That's true. And he's going to try to be a brick wall on the board as well. I think for Levon, he's actually a little bit more up and down than Sam Sevian. I mean, Levon can play, you know, he's killed some of the top GMs in 20 moves, but he can also have some unfortunate openings. So it's going to be very important for Levon to be stable. Wesley So, who just started, has zero problems with stability, especially with the white pieces.
Yeah, absolutely. Two very different styles between those two players. And certainly, I think in these matches, of course, you have the experience versus youth dynamic, which is so exciting to watch. But also the opening phases of this game are going to be interesting because I think to some extent, the experienced players might not be looking to be taking so many risks as we see the start of this game might indicate something to that effect.
And Wesley choosing one of the most solid responses to the Caro-Kann, the exchange variation. This has been considered a reputable line for many, many years. And it is a legitimate way to fight for the advantage as both sides blitzing out what is by now very mainstream opening theory, with Jeffrey getting his bishop out as early as possible. You want to avoid playing e6, Amon, correct me if
Right.
I'm wrong, but you want to avoid playing e6 with your bishop stuck on c. You don't want to play anything that resembles a French.
No, God forbid.
God forbid.
That's why you choose the Caro-Kann in the first place. Play c6 instead of e6. The whole intention being to get that bishop out. And Black's not even upset. And great timing on this move. I was going to say Black's not upset about giving up that bishop even for a knight. The point is just get it out of Black's position, off the c8 square, and then you can play e6. Because the resulting position, Daniel, is probably going to have a lot of light square pawns for Black, and they've still got the dark square bishop in the position.
Yeah, and the dark squared bishop can safely and nicely nestle itself on d6. Whoa! Bishop f4. What an intermezzo by Wesley. So I was going to point this move out, but I decided to wait it out. He has played an incredible move, and yes, Black captured a knight on e2, and before recapturing, he gets his dark squared bishop and hangs that as well. Now, of course, the idea, Aman, is that if queen takes f4 happens, let's pull up our first analysis board of the day. White takes on b7, and there's a huge mate threat on c8, and the threat of taking the rook on a8, and I guess this works out for White.
Yeah, the interesting thing about this is, of course, you might just see queen b7 and think, oh, my rook is hanging, so I'm going to play bishop takes on d3, and I'm going to walk away. I have queen c1 mate coming, but actually, you get mated right before. So, as you pointed out, important to remember that is actually a big double attack there.
Yeah, it is, and you might say, well, is that really a problem? I'm up 2 pieces. Okay, I'll defend against mate and give up my rook. How do you defend against mate? Do you play something like king d8? If you do that, White calmly takes the bishop on e2, and the rook on a8 is simply trapped. There's no way that Black can defend the rook, and at the end of the day, White is simply up an exchange, and Black's position is in shambles. And the scarier thing is that Jeffrey certainly didn't expect bishop f4. This is a surprise. He's taking his time. Is it the end of the world, Aman? Obviously not. If we go back to the live position, you can drop your queen back to c8. But getting this bishop out with tempo is a pretty big deal in this position. I think White is definitely better if Black has to decline the sacrifice.
We got a little mic drop situation here. Bishop f4 was such a great move. Wesley just he got up, stretching. I like the idea of getting up, because I feel like one thing maybe underrated, Dania, is of course when you're playing a real tournament, players get up all the time. I get up, I'm hardly in my seat. And
same.
With online chess, I feel like you're kind of glued to your chair. It's a nice feeling to be able to get up and just stretch around a little bit as well, even in online chess. So I see that Wesley's just done that. Bishop f4, I think, hits really hard against the move queen c7. Because let's be honest, when Jeffrey played queen c7 earlier, he thought he was stopping bishop f4. So when your move is designed to prevent a move from your opponent, and your opponent goes, yeah, whatever, and just plays it anyway, it's just a cold shower.
It is, but I think a wise decision by Jeffrey not to spend too long. He knows that Wesley prepared this. Wesley is not a bluffer. Wesley does not play moves like that unless he's carefully prepared them. And Jeffrey making an executive decision, playing queen d7, is this an ideal scenario? Absolutely not. White is slightly better. Bishop pair, good development. But the great thing with the Caro-Kann is that it is so structurally solid that even if you give your opponent 2 or 3 extra developmental tempium on, it really isn't the end of the world. Although if the knight comes to e5, it actually could be the end of the world pretty fast.
Yeah, I was going to also mention the move bishop to d6, because, White's got the queen on b3, aiming at the b7 pawn, and bishop d6 doesn't look too ideal for Black, because we can see the exchange of bishops, and if we want to pull up an analysis board, we could see the pawn on b7 hanging. But Black often gives up this pawn and says, okay, I'll either play rook b8 or castle, and the point is b2 is just hanging for White in these positions. There's so much pressure you can generate on the B and C files, and honestly, a lot of the time, it's not even the right idea to necessarily do this for White and go pawn grabbing.
Although I would argue that the complicating factor here is this pin against the queen on d6. So rook takes b2 can almost always be punished by bishop e5 and then knight e5. The knight on c6 is toast. You can't even go rook c8 because that square is controlled as well. But what you're saying, Mon, is that Black doesn't even always have to win the pawn back. You could play something like knight e4, and you can use this queen as a bargaining chip to gain tempi and optimize the placement of your pieces. So bishop d6 has been played. I think that's a great call by you. And now Wesley's going to invest, a good amount of time. to figure out whether he wants to grab the pawn or play a move like knight e5. And there's no question, Wesley's taking the pawn. He's not playing bishop f4 to shy away from these complications.
That's right. And so the interesting move as well is if you castle and white castles here, we actually get very close to the line that you had just put on the board. And I thought in that position that the interesting move would be rook b6. So I think if white castled there, we would see that. And that's why Wesley has played rook b1. And as you mentioned, Dania, and I want to add on to that, I think that Wesley is indeed not a bluffer. So when he takes that pawn on b7, believe me, he's not taking it and saying, oh yeah, maybe I have enough compensation. No, he's looked at the compensation. Like he knows what he's doing. He knows what he's getting into. He probably knows he has a slight edge here. And the move rook b1 looks very accurate, like somebody who has seen this position before.
Yeah, rook b1, a lot of people would hesitate to make a move like that because of its appearance. It kind of looks passive, but white is up a pawn. And my response to anything you possibly tell me is white is up a pawn. And, and black has queenside counterplay and maybe the e4 square for his knight. But guess what? White's up a pawn.
That's right.
Can't deny that.
Always the trump card that you have there, rook b1. And Wesley's just sort of sitting here and saying what you should say when your opponent offers you a pawn. Prove it, right? I think more players, especially at the lower levels, you need to get used to just calling out your opponents. Trust your own instincts. If you calculate something, you don't really see the full compensation, make your opponent prove it. And if your opponent starts proving it, you're going to learn what kind of positions pawn sacks work and what positions they don't. Because right now, after rook b1, he's saying, okay, go ahead, do your worst. I see that I can probably hang on to this pawn, even if I'm slightly passive for the next couple moves.
And I'm looking at some of black's options. What's on the menu here? Well, knight e4 is on the menu. It's just been played. I don't even have to make any moves. But I figured that white castles. And it should be pointed out, for a second I thought black could play knight takes d4, but the queen is actually defended by the bishop, which is important.
Right.
So Jeffrey works in the center. He plays f7, f5. His main asset is this monster knight on e4. This is a very, very strong piece, but white can work around this piece. Bishop b5 comes to mind, and perhaps later on down the line, white could establish his own knight on e5. Of course, you do have to watch out for forks on d2. This has been missed even by very, very strong players. Somehow,
that's right.
I don't think Wesley So is going to miss a fork on d2, but he's got to be careful. Maybe rook fd1 for starters, and then start working on the knight on c6 with bishop b5. No question that he's better here.
Yeah, no question at all. Bishop b5 is also a move that even if the knight gets defended, white would be really happy to just take it. Just take that knight off the board, as you're indicating, plant a knight on the e5 square, because that takes advantage of what black just did. The move f5 is great. It anchors the e4 knight, but you always have to look at the give and take with the chess move. f5 is great. It anchors e4, but it also removes the chance of any pawn in black's position attacking the e5 square. Suddenly, white can look to jump in there.
Are you suggesting that the move f6 could have actually been a good move? Get that trash out of here.
I wouldn't go that far.
Ben Feingold's orders. Ben Feingold's orders.
But on the reverse, I was just thinking on the reverse, it's actually interesting to note that white playing f3 is actually kind of undesirable because of the pawn on h3. So if the pawn was on h2, white could look to kick that knight on e4 out way easier with f3. But now, because of h3, I fear the dark squares are going to be too weak. So it's tough to kick out that monster knight on e4.
The next couple of moves are going to be very important. We're going to be able to see whether Jeffrey can solidify his compensation and which direction he wants to take this compensation into. Like, does he want to go rook b6 and then rook fb8, try to play against the b2 pawn? Does he want to play on the king side and do something a little bit more brazen like g7, g5? And that move is totally not out of the question. He's got this small window of opportunity before Wesley's consolidated, and I'm curious what Jeffrey's going to do with it. He's got knight e7, so he's tempting Wesley to jump into e5. And by the way, knight e5 should be considered because knight d2 can be went with the equivalent fork on d7. So Wesley absolutely should calculate knight e5 here.
Yeah, it was the first move that jumped out because, funny enough, queen a4 hits the d7 square. And especially because white is up a pawn, and we keep saying it, anytime black maybe wins a rook, gives up a knight, and white does the same, the end result is a rook and a knight disappear from the board. that's exactly what white wants, right? So we have to keep in mind, white's looking to simplify.
There it is.
So I think that's why knight e5, I mean, it's a strong case to be made for that move.
There is, although the eval bar isn't making that case for whatever reason. And I wonder what that reason is. I think that reason might have to do with knight e7 to g6, which was Jeffrey's idea, as I was indicating with arrows. So we have to look at knight g6 here. And the point of this move, it seems to be totally foolish to encourage knight d7. But now the knight jumps into f4 with tempo. The bishop is suddenly pretty uncomfortable. If you move to f3, then after knight d2, black has an even bigger threat than capturing the rooks. Knight takes f3 ruins the pawn structure around white's king. If you go bishop d1, you sever the connection between the rooks, allowing another tactic, knight takes c3 using the b-file x-ray. So, come on, knight g6 could present white with some unpleasant problems.
And I wonder if that was on Jeffrey's mind. Like, does he appreciate how strong knight f4 is? Because the threat, knight g6, knight f4, if he sees that idea, then I think it really has done a good job dealing with the move knight e5. But as we see here, that's more of a reactive move. He's covering the threat, yes, but this is what white wants. This is the game white wants.
He's covering the threat and he's preparing to double rooks, but queen c2 is a typical Wesley move, solving both problems at once, covering the d2 square, reinforcing the b2 pawn. And now knight g6 just doesn't come with the same luster because black no longer threatens knight d2, so white can divert his full attention to dealing with black's knights. You could even take on g6 and then go after the other knight with bishop d3. You mentioned that white wants trades. Every simplification diminishes black's compensation a little bit further.
Exactly. And that whole concept of knight g6, knight f4 was actually backed up by the fact that black would then intend not even to win the exchange, but rather double the pawns. So I just think that was a really long-winded, like it's quite a deep idea. And it's not the type of thing that, unless Jeffrey was really planning on it, I wouldn't expect him to just all of a sudden come across it at the board. So that was pretty deep. He played the more logical move, which is, hey, rook b7 does almost everything. It covers a7, which was being attacked. It covers d7, which was being attacked. And it prepares to double. So, you know, all things considered, I think Jeffrey played a really logical move.
That's all it does?
Yeah.
It's an empty move.
2 or 3 things.
Knight g6 is on the board, and I think we're going to get a trade of knights, and then we're going to get a classic bishop versus knight struggle. By the way, the move f3, it was out of the question before, but it's no longer out of the question. I think it might be even more important to get the knight out of e4 than it is to keep the health of your pawn structure intact. But something tells me it's not up Wesley's alley. You know, someone like Richard Report would consider a move like f3. I feel like Wesley is more in the bishop takes e4 camp.
Right. Like, he wants to take and next move play f3 after he's captured. There we go. But interesting decision for him to bring the rook from b1 over to e1. That definitely tells me that he's looking at things like pawn to f3. Probably not right away because it makes even less sense with the rook on f1. Now knight g3 and it's like rook f2. What's really going on? So
a little awkward.
I feel like this move telegraphs bishop takes knight and pawn to f3, but it gives up the defense of the b pawn. So if black all of a sudden switches and says, okay, rook f to b8, my feeling here is that, is Wesley going to go b3 and then just c4? Like, he's changing his plan entirely, I think.
He's actually using his queenside pawns as an offensive force rather than kind of, you know, keeping them protected by the heavy pieces. He's saying, how about them apples? So if we pull up an analysis board, how could this go? Rook f b8, b3, and you might say, oh, now I'm going to attack c3, and your pawn structure is falling apart. No, it's not. White plays c4, and let's not forget, the moment black plays dc, this knight loses an essential supporter. The entire integrity of the pawn structure sort of dissipates, and even the simple bishop takes c4, not the eval bar's favorite choice, but even this will keep a solid advantage. So we're about to find out, because Jeffrey has indeed doubled his rooks on the b-file. Let's go back to the live position, and b3, the almost instantaneous reply by Wesley. We called it. Rook c7's on the board, and there's c4. It's coming.
We'll see this for sure. I think this is a good transition from Wesley, because in the absolute worst case, I think he's still going to be totally fine, even if he gives back the pawn. The structure is so good for Wesley. A surprising decision.
He's actually taken on e4, and
Yeah.
Pre-move D takes C4. I don't know about that.
So yeah, that was because we actually thought C4 first was going to happen, but Wesley, is he now just going to bring in rook E3 and F3? I think he's just he's better, but it's in such a simple way. He's done it where suddenly there's no risk, it feels like.
He makes it look so straightforward, and you can play C4. That's nobody canceled that move.
Yeah.
Although you have to be a little bit careful about weakening the D4 pawn. So F3 here would be probably a blunder due to rook takes C3.
Right, exactly.
So Wesley can choose between a prophylactic move like rook C1. And Amon, that's not passive, right? The rules of the game change when you're up a pawn. The priorities change, right? You want to make sure all the bases are covered. You've already gotten your material gain. There's rook D1, a similar type of move to defend the queen. And notice that after rook takes C3, rook takes C3, queen takes D2, you might say, I gotcha. No, I got you, because rook takes C8 is check.
That's right. Yeah, that's a nice, important tactic to notice here. And in Black's position, I mean, E5 never wants to happen, because then I feel like D5 and White just pushes that pawn through. So from Black's perspective...
Or G3.
Oh yeah, G3 is even funnier. The queen is short on squares, which makes me think, okay, careful you don't put a rook on D6 for whatever reason. G3 would also trap it.
Indeed. No, this is and I wonder why you played that move. Maybe to prepare rook takes C3.
Shh.
Don't
say it too loud. Yeah.
No Game of Thrones spoilers. And now I think is a perfect opportunity for C4, especially because the rook on D1 can double as a defender of the D4 pawn. What do you think about that?
I'm a fan. I also like the move F3, and right now F3 can't happen because of the C3 pawn. So I like C4, and I want to play F3 right after that.
I agree. C4 and F3, and if you get those moves in, if you can trade queens, Black's damaged pawn structure on the king side is going to add insult to injury. White has basically like a 3-on-1 or a 4-on-1 on the queen side, depending on how you look at it. Yep. That is an overwhelming advantage in a potential rook endgame. So +3, maybe a slight exaggeration in human terms. I mean, it is only a pawn, but if Wesley can solve the short-term problems in his position, i.e. the queenside pawn structure, if he can get F3 in, Jeffrey could be facing near certain death in game one.
Yep, this is a real issue, and Queen E1 almost just... It feels like a better version of C4, because C4, all of a sudden, Black can then go, okay, rook D7, rook D8, and the D pawn is a clear target. Here, the move F3 is being prepared without giving anything up. So I'm a big fan of Queen E1.
Mm-hmm. And notice how Wesley, conservation of not mass, not energy, conservation of pawn structure, right? He doesn't make any additional weaknesses. He's like, is there a way to solve this such that I can keep this little pawn chain intact? Because Black will not be able to apply any more pressure on C3. So this pawn looks like a weakness, but it's actually very safely defended. I love the way Wesley plays chess. He makes it look so easy. That's a cliche, but he really does. There's no other way to put it. Simple chess.
It's very simple, and just not doing anything, especially pawns. When you move pawns, those are moves you usually look back on, maybe regret, because you can't move them backwards, as we've come to learn. But the way Wesley is doing it is he's using and maximizing his pieces first, and then he'll bring the pawns when necessary. Speaking of when necessary, you might be looking at the move F3. There's a little bit of a small trick maybe with a hanging rook on D1.
Oh! And this is even better because queen takes C6 is coming. Oh, this is over.
Yeah, that was a really smart way to do it. I think if he did it, it's almost like if he did it the other way around, that's what Jeffrey calculated. He thought if the rook was on E3 here, that he might have some tricks with taking on F3 and taking on C3. But then Wesley, when one step ahead of him, checked first. This is just beautifully done.
This is incredible. Jeffrey is in huge trouble. What's interesting is that in our other game, let's check into Levon Aronian against Sam Sevian. They also have a queen and rook versus queen and rook game. Now, I think this game had a little bit more meat on the bone initially, and still has a little bit more meat on the bone, but we've got plenty of Sevian and Aronian fans, so let's do them justice. This is the position on the board with Levon Aronian having the white pieces in game one. I think this one's going to be a lot more peaceful than the Wesley So affair.
It definitely seems so. Just checking into this game. Yeah, it seems so very like. I look at this game, and the first thing I'm drawn to, Danny, is honestly the time situation. Makes me think, I've just shown up to like a battlefield after it's all over, and I'm like, what do I make of what just happened here? 3 minutes on the clock for Sevian, so clearly he was probably deep in a difficult position that he's navigated up to this point. If we count up the pawns, the material on the board, which is the next thing that I focus on, yeah, we can see that white is actually up a pawn here, but of course it's doubled, and black is right on that open file. So I find this to be like, we might even see close to repetition here. But I think if you're white, you want to play on, especially with the time advantage.
Yeah, you would like to play on, but if there is a position you would want in time pressure, this is it, right? It's a pretty well-defined structure. You've got a lot of obvious moves on deck, on the horizon, like Rook E2, if white doesn't stop it with King F2, which would lead to a repetition. So for white to complicate the game is a Herculean task here. Maybe you consider Rook D1, but then the A2 pawn hangs, and the last thing you want to do is give up all of your queenside pawns in the name of pretending to play for a win. Sevian has 2.5 minutes. That's basically an eternity for a blitz player as strong as he is. And I just want to point out, Amon, that Sevian repeated the opening he played against MVL with mixed success, the open Ruy Lopez. It's a gutsy call to play it against MVL, know that Levon Aronian expects it, and play it anyway. I admire that because that shows that you have faith in your preparation. We need more of that in top-level chess.
Agreed, totally. I think especially at the top level, players are concerned about being too one-dimensional, playing the same opening, because you're very predictable, right? Of course, these guys are so strong. They could play whatever, right? They could beat just about every player in the world in any opening. But the guys that they probably can't do that against are the ones that they're playing against and competing against the most. So, you learn your opening, your prep, and I agree. It's really fun to watch a player who becomes a bit of a specialist in a certain opening or a certain system. But also agreed with your thoughts here. I don't know if there's much you can do to try, because imagine you drop the A pawn here as white. All of a sudden, the pawns are even. But if you look at the pawns that are actually mobile, suddenly it almost feels like black has a 3-on-2 because white's extra pawn is on the king side and it's double.
Yeah. No, pawn endgame is going to be lost for white if you end up losing the A2 pawn. To be completely honest, I didn't realize that white was up a pawn until now. So that kind of changes my perspective. But black still has enough activity for the draw. Wesley So, in the meantime, has won his game. Jeffrey simply resigned after F3. There was nothing left to play for. You were losing a second pawn. Just a tour de force. When Wesley So plays chess like this, you just he can move mountains when he's in this kind of form. It's pretty scary. It's like, I don't know what you want to compare it to, a great athlete at the peak of his performance. Like Carlos Alcaraz, in the last few tennis matches he's played, just blows people off the board.
Yeah.
Crazy. Wesley wins the first game.
The most frightening thing about that is if we think back to that game, what even happened? What did Wesley do that was so special? It was almost like this move, Bishop F4, great prep. So we have to give him full credit there. But then from there, it's really just the small things, the subtleties, the technique. And that's something that's really hard to put out loud or say out loud properly. What is the difference? And I just think that's the class difference. That's 2800 level for you right there.
Mm-hmm. People take that for granted. You watch, these top level games and you don't bat an eye because of how cleanly they play. You can't take that for granted. Nobody else possesses those skills in that quantity and that level of consistency in simple positions. A phenomenal effort by Wesley So immediately puts Jeffrey in a very difficult position. He will have to make his white games count in this match. That's for sure. And Sam Sevian, in the meantime, making his heavy pieces count with that rook on E2 and that queen on E5, the time situation beginning to equalize. Maybe Levon should start thinking about securing that half point here.
Exactly. You don't want to get carried away playing these young, talented, especially like when the time gets low. Who's good, better at being tricky and just having that mental fortitude when you need it. I don't even know if you want to test these young guys these days, because Sam Sevian, he's been in all those pressure situations this tournament. I feel like he's just ready to be in a 10-second time scramble with Levon here. Whereas Levon, he's seasoned, he's experienced, he knows when he has a position he can push. And I think he's ready to probably admit very soon that this isn't one of them.
And making that admission is kind of a skill. I'm thinking of the move Rook D1 here for White. That sort of asks to be played. What is bothering Levon after that move? I don't think it's anything in particular. Rook D1, Rook takes A2. We can pull up an analysis board real quick, show this line. Rook D1, Rook takes A2. And on the surface, White's up a pawn here. But the simplest strategy for Black is just to liquidate the queenside pawns. 3-on-2s are mostly drawn. And I'm on with the doubled pawns on the G file. It's just going to be a dead draw, like B4. And here, White can't even keep his pawn majority. He literally loses the B pawn. So really nothing to play for here. Rook D1 is on the board. And I think we're going to see this exact variation followed by a draw offer by one of the players. Let's go back to the live position.
Exactly. Like the other thing about the position is after queen takes D6, I'm not sure, if Black even has more. And the bailout for White is that he's got this queen to D5 check that he can rely on. He's got queen checks all over the place, queen E6, queen F5, exactly. So I think that Levon knows that, and so he'll feel more comfortable playing this move queen D6, and whatever happens, happens, but we should see a mass liquidation here.
Even Rook takes G2 yields a draw by perpetual if you want to be cheeky. So this just shows the potential of Black's pieces. But something tells me Sam is going to calculate queen takes D6. But he's the kind of guy, if he calculates Rook takes G2.
I was going to say.
He's playing it, right? These young guys are like, let's be safe. What if I miscalculated? They don't ever say, what if I miscalculated? Because they never miscalculate.
No, and even if they do, they're not going to think that they have. Because it's just one of those things where the only reason you don't play Rook takes G2 here is if you're like, I might have something wrong. And they're just so confident they never believe they do. They might be wrong, but they'll never believe it until it's smack in front of them on the board. So they're more likely to take Rook G2 and be wrong about it than to not do it at all.
And their confidence is pretty scary. And I think that's why Sam is spending as much time as he is. He knows
you're right.
that he has queen takes D6 in his back pocket, and he would draw that endgame with 5 seconds. I think he's double and triple checking. A trip to Toronto and the final 8 of the CGC, $200,000 is on the line. So you better do some damn double and triple checking if you're Sam Sevian.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And Rook G2 is just a nice way to end it immediately. Like, do you want to bother playing queen D6 and playing out that endgame? Are you concerned about any lines in that endgame? Do you want to hand a position to Levon where he has an extra pawn for any reason at all when you don't have to? That's what Rook G2 is. It's a way
but
to
he's winning
that.
The pawn back. He's winning the pawn back by force because Levon has no way of liquidating all 4 of these pawns. Black's going to keep one of these pawns alive.
Yep. And that's enough right there. I believe, honestly, that if all these pawns were to disappear in the line on the queen side, and it would be a 3 against 2, that he would probably be more serious about Rook takes G2.
Agreed completely. As it stands, the problem is that these pawns are both aligned in the 3rd rank. If White plays C4, then Black plays Rook takes B3, and either you exchange the pawns on B5 or you exchange the A pawn for the C pawn. Either way, Black will have 1 queenside pawn remaining, and just as we predicted, this is on the board, and I think a draw offer is imminent by Levon Aronian in this position.
Yeah. I think sometimes, and he goes for G5, I think this makes it a little bit more clear in terms of the whole double pawn situation. Now, after G5, he wants to play Rook to G6 and win that pawn back.
Yeah, Rook takes B4, Rook takes G5. It's only a question of who makes the draw or not, whether the game will end in a draw. But Sam taking a little bit of time here. And is he flirting with some sort of Rook takes B4 and then let's run our king over to the queen side? That's never going to work because White's got the G7 pawn in his crosshairs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
okay,
and
Sam offered a draw. It's accepted.
I think it's going to be a draw offer.
And game 1, ladies and gentlemen, is in the books for both matches. It ends in peace with Levon against Aronian and Wesley So delivering a massive blow to Jeffrey Xiong in an incredible positional effort. Really high-level games I'm on thus far in the round of 16.
Yeah, I think even the game that we saw from Wesley was higher level than it might have seemed. Like for a player at this level to beat like Jeffrey Xiong. We're talking about Jeffrey. He lost that game in what seemed like an effortless, effortless effort, I was going to say. An effortless effort. That's what it seemed like, right? Wesley just made it look easy, but we have to remember who he's playing. He's playing Jeffrey Xiong, and Jeffrey played an opening that you even called at the beginning, Daniel. One of the most solid and well-known openings in chess right now.
Yeah, I mean, just looking behind the hood of Wesley's play is so fascinating. And looking behind the hood of this broadcast reveals our sponsor, Brave. We'd like to thank Brave for joining us all the way through to Toronto. Brave means private browsing and so much more. By default, Brave blocks ads and trackers on every page and video you visit, even on YouTube. No ads means up to 3 times faster page loads, faster streaming, and faster playback. It means 35% longer battery life while saving on mobile data and internet bandwidth for Android, iOS, and desktop. Get the best browser for gamers, streamers, and creators. Switch in 60 seconds at brave.com/chess. And we will be right back with more action from the Chess.com Global Championship Game 2 of these round of 16 matchups coming your way on the other side of this short break.
Open to anyone, all around the world.
Oh my gosh.
The Chess.com Global Championship offers the dream of playing against the best.
We are in for a wild ride.
And hey, have we mentioned there's also $1 million at stake?
The total pot is $1 million.
No, that is not a typo. The prizes are unbelievably generous.
We began with thousands of players. Now only dozens remain.
What a move by Timur. It's over. He's going to live to tell the tale.
And that is enough to take victory in this Armageddon game, Dania.
The CGC knockout phase has arrived. There are those who played their way in, and some are here thanks to their well-earned reputations. No matter who you are, things are about to get very, very real.
Oh my
What a
goodness. Massive congratulations to Sam Sevian.
A trip to the CGC finals and a clean shot at the largest first place prize of the year. My friends, it's the CGC round of 16. Who will take the next step to Toronto?
Welcome back to the Chess.com Global Championship presented by Brave. Game 1 of the round of 16 is in the books. We are following two fascinating matchups, all American matchups, with Wesley So dealing the first blow to Jeffrey Xiong and the Aronian Sevian match ending in peace. Amon, we can't talk enough about Wesley So. The guy is a phenomenon. He is a tour de force. He's been around for so long. And he is just, I mean, his consistency is otherworldly as we look at his player card.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the, first of all, the best descriptors for Wesley, consistent. It's one thing to do well in an open tournament or even a round robin tournament, but I think that there's a lot more tournaments coming these days, especially organized by Chess.com, where it's the match format. And we see that more and more. And I firmly believe that in a match format, that Wesley So is one of the best players in the world. Of course, you talk about guys like Magnus Carlsen, he's going to be in every conversation. But Wesley is so consistent at just finding his way to the top of every tournament table that in a match format, I think he's just a favorite to win almost every match that he's in. I've had him since the start as a favorite to make it all the way to Toronto. We can see his achievements there. I mean, Grand Chess Tour 2022 runner-up. Talk about finding your way to the top of the table. That's a demonstration right there.
It absolutely is. With a lot of opponents, you think, well, maybe they're going to have a bad day today. Maybe I'm going to get a slightly easier matchup or some bad opening preparation. You don't think, nobody thinks these things of Wesley So because they never actually happen. He's had, obviously, he still has his ups and downs. So let's make no mistake, he's human, but he's only partially human.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
He seems to be proving that once again in the CGC. Two solid matches to get to the round of 16. They weren't easy. Vasily Ivanchuk played incredibly well. Wesley had to rely on his superior clock management, but in game 1, he shows that he can win on the board as well. Okay, game 2 is underway, ladies and gentlemen. Here at the Chess.com Global Championship presented by Brave, Jeffrey Xiong needs to make the white pieces count him on, and he tries to do that by going into a Rogozin.
And, although I do agree,
Sorry.
I do agree about making the pieces count here because, of course, he's down in the match, and you're not going to get anywhere in this match unless you can at least beat Wesley once. However, I find Wesley's style to be so punishing when you make decisions that you shouldn't make. Wesley is just so good at being that all-around objective chess player that when you make a decision or make a call that's a little bit out of line, I find him and his style to be so punishing. That's why he gets a score 3-0 against Ivanchuk, because Ivanchuk maybe in game number 2 went for it a little bit more, lost the game as a result maybe, and then of course Wesley just piles on that pressure when he has the white pieces. So I don't know, as Jeffrey, if you really need to go all out here. I would be a little bit more in the camp of stabilize, put some points on the board, and don't do anything crazy this game.
And he's gone for a very solid opening. I apologize for saying it was the Rogozin. It was not a Rogozin. It was a Nimzo Indian. Eventually, Wesley did put a pawn on d5, and Jeffrey closing the center with c5, and Wesley putting into action a just very traditional plan. This is as old as the hills. When white closes the center with c5, black wants to counter-strike in the center with e5, and Jeffrey is still blitzing out his moves. This is pretty crazy. We're getting a lot of trades in the center. I'm kind of confused. What do you make of all this? What's going on?
Yeah, I honestly, first of all, I think that we are seeing what could be something that has been prepared by both players based on the speed which the moves are coming out. Certainly prepared by Jeffrey. But the thing is, Wesley, you talk about Mr. Consistent, he doesn't get blown away in many openings, period. It's very rare you're going to catch Wesley with opening prep, or that he's just going to be struggling out of the opening. So even though I think this is actually Jeffrey's prep, I feel like Wesley is right there with him. And, the eval bar, dead center.
Yeah, Wesley's playing all the top engine moves. He's taken 1 minute longer than Jeffrey, but this must be preparation for both of them. And I think he's fully equalized. I mean, all of the minor pieces except the light squared bishops are gone from the board. Wesley is about to recapture the pawn that he temporarily loaned on e5. Then he's going to get his bishop out. Can you really say that black is worse after queen takes e5 or bishop f5 first? I mean, the pawn isn't going anywhere.
Yeah.
I mean, if this is indeed, Jeffrey's preparation, and Wesley just casually remembers all of his own preparation, equalizes like this, that epitomizes why he's so hard to beat.
Exactly.
He doesn't give an inch.
He doesn't. It's demoralizing. Like, you're sitting there and you're thinking, okay, I've been preparing hard for this match. I prepared this line a couple years ago. I've added to it over the years. I've reviewed it before the game. I can catch Wesley into this. And then you play it, and Wesley casually remembers it like it's a note he took in 3rd grade. It's like no big deal.
No, and we know that Wesley is in his preparation, although this might be the first new move. Wesley deciding whether to take on e5 immediately or to start by developing. I think these moves will transpose into each other, but the speed with which he played rook d8 on move 13, I'm going to rewind a couple of moves. This position, Jeffrey has just closed the center with c5. Black has a lot of different plans here. You often go b6, you can develop your bishop to d7, you can support the knight with f5. But Wesley immediately knew which plan to pursue, and that is the plan with rook d8 and e5. Rook d8 is played in order to protect the d5 pawn and make e5 possible. Immediately sniffing out the right plan. And now he sits pretty on move 18 with plenty of time to figure things out from this point on.
Yeah, I think that's exactly where we stand right now. He chose the move queen takes e5. I was going to say we'll see castling very quickly here. You don't want to spend any more time in the center than you need to. And, the resulting position, you just have to look at that d4 pawn. There's a reason why the engine, of course, is right around equal. But if white's getting any advantage, it's going to be from that d pawn being weak. And I don't see how that's going to happen because black can just double on the d file. The queen is perfectly placed. The rook on g3, yes, it has ideas like if white plays queen d2, the h6 pawn might be hanging. But guess what? There's even queen takes g3 in that position. Yeah. So I find that rook on g3, in my opinion, to just be a little bit awkward. I don't think there's a real attack. I don't think that white's in trouble or anything, but I don't think the rook on g3 is anything that's going to concern Wesley.
Yeah, I think the only hope for Jeffrey here is if he's able to maximize the potential of this queen. Maybe put it on b3 instead of d2. Maybe get the rook onto e1 and chase away black's queen. If Jeffrey can repel black's central activity and maybe get something going on the queen side using his pawn majority, then we could start talking about maybe a tiny pull. But if Wesley makes a move like a5 to put even more strain on Jeffrey's position, I don't see any universe in which Wesley loses this game. I'm going to be just totally, maybe a little bit extreme here.
Yeah, it definitely seems like, he can be pretty happy here. But, as well, Jeffrey, very, very much still in his prep. At this point, I think it's fair to say that Wesley is probably in a position that he's just deemed to be fine. So he's checked it. He said, okay, I kind of understand the ideas here. Computer likes it. Should be easy enough to play. Whereas I feel like Jeffrey is probably, honestly, one step further, that he's got a few more ideas in his pocket. He's still at 15 minutes pretty much. So he's way ahead of Wesley on the clock. And if Wesley doesn't simplify this position, then that time advantage could be really, really, honestly, could impact the game a lot, right? If black just goes for a plan like a6, rook d7, rook d8, just non-challenging moves, just kind of getting the pieces out, then the time could really be a factor. But if black goes for something more challenging like b6 or a5 to really kind of liquidate these pawns, then I think we could see this game peter out a lot more quickly.
That's a phenomenal summary. We will leave Wesley to make this important decision. The other game has begun. Let's catch the opening. I'm going to switch us over to Levon Aronian against Sam Sevian. They have a Catalan with Sevian at the helm of the white pieces. And Levon Aronian essaying a pretty rare line, bishop g2 and c6 in this position. I've seen this move before. It's kind of a Slav-like treatment of the Catalan. You're preparing b5. You're blunting the light squared bishop. Then he delivers a check on b4 and supports that bishop with a5. This is the position on the board. and Sam Sevian already taking his time. So that's a pretty big achievement to make Sevian take a minute on move 8. That's like, slaying the Medusa. Or that's a pretty Herculean task.
It is, and it might not even mean anything in the long run, but it's the small victories. You feel good in the moment. Clearly, you've got some good prep here, and a very interesting move, Queen C1 by Sam. He might be kind of recollecting something, because of course, Queen C1. The first thing that comes to my mind is why not Queen C2? And I think one of the reasons is that a knight from black often ends up on this b4 square, whether that's knight d5 b4 or knight a6 to b4. Queen on c2, you're just not always sure that it wants to be there. It's going to get hit by a knight, and that's not always too comfortable. So queen c1 does the same thing. It hits the c4 pawn. It doesn't expose the queen as much before black's committed some pieces.
It's interesting that Sevian is taking a good amount of time here. Knight b takes d2 was pretty natural. He was probably thinking more about how he was going to meet b5. And there's our answer. Sam basically says, I don't really care about winning the pawn back. What I'm really looking for is positional compensation here. He's got the c5 square for one knight. He's got the e5 square for the other. He sort of reopened his light squared bishop by weakening the c6 pawn. So no question that Sam has positional compensation for the pawn. But at the same time, Aman, it's pretty scary to have to deal with not only being down a pawn this early, but also having to contain black's large pawn majority on the queen side. And you called it. There goes Levon Aronian's knight to b4.
Yeah, also about this move, knight d5, I think it might strike a lot of people as a really strange move because, of course, pawn to e4 is just screaming. It's like knight on d5, and then you're giving me my full center with tempo. That doesn't make any sense. But actually, the move pawn to e4 blocks white's own bishop from g2 from exercising its strength down that long diagonal. So you're not always too happy having the pawn on e4. The knight might shift away to the b4 square, as we've been talking about, and suddenly the c6 pawn is much more defended than before. The bishop doesn't hit it, and that d4 pawn becomes something that you need to keep an eye on. So knight d5 actually encourages the move e4, but hey, we've got two willing participants in this variation.
All right, you want to give me the center with tempo? I'm game, says Sam Sevian. But you're absolutely right. E4 is not a move that you play casually in the Catalan because it has clear drawbacks, and knight b4 also isn't being played casually. I think Levon is seriously considering also the move knight b6, and the plus side of that move is that it would attack the a4 pawn. And after knight b6, if we bring up an analysis board, I think the main calling card is that after ab, you can play a4. But on the other hand, I think white has some tactics with b takes c6, a takes c3, and now c7, counter forking the knight on b8. I don't think this is appetizing for black. I think we're going to see a knight appear on b4 before long. B4 long. Get it? Like square.
If you could bring that out in stride, I think we'd see the knight on b4 long.
that actually.
That would have been impressive.
Two 5-head for the chat,
Yeah, that's true.
That would be 6-head.
Keep it at a level that everyone can keep up here, including myself. He's going to have a think about where to place that knight. A lot of decent options here. If not b4, I imagine the only other real consideration is b6. There's something to be said about knight to e7, just because it guards the c6 pawn as well, and still leaves the queen on the a5 pawn, so it doesn't get in the way of the communication there. Maybe saving the b4 square for the other knight on b8 eventually. So interesting point here that he's going to have to decide where to put that knight, but he had that time advantage from earlier, so the time's kind of evening out here. And this should be a really interesting game because we're going to have that permanent situation of one pawn advantage versus so many dark square weaknesses.
Yeah, and some people are pointing out that black is somewhat underdeveloped. That is true, but black also has this very solid pawn shell that's pretty difficult to infiltrate. So, and again, black is a pawn up. Let's not forget that. Levon contemplating where to put his knight. Shall we take a brief gander at the other game?
I think this is
Wesley Soland.
This is a point we can leave this one and come back to it, but there must be some more developments in the other game is actually he has chosen knight e7.
Yeah, you called it, pat on the virtual pat on the back. In the other game, we don't have a pawn on a5. So Wesley has chosen a somewhat more deliberate approach. And I actually think this has given Jeffrey a pretty good grip on the position. I think Jeffrey's developing a nice little edge here. What do you have to say?
Yeah, I did not expect, first of all, the queen to leave the center so deliberately to the other side of the board, because there were ways to stay on like queen f4 or queen f6, stay closer to the king. Not only has the queen left, but actually the move pawn to g6 has been played. And to be quite honest, I'm not sure why. Because the move queen d2 is going to threaten the h6 pawn anyway. And g6, if we imagine black's bishop just moving away for whatever reason, back to d7, back to c8, that pawn is going to be hanging because of the pin, as you're indicating. So I see the pawn to g6 move as a little bit strange because the threats to the king side are all going to be there anyway. In fact, there might even be a few new threats now that Wesley's played pawn g6.
And Jeffrey, throwing a bit more oil onto the fire by advancing his h-pawn. That's a classic idea. This pawn is a hook. So Jeffrey's king is still very much intact. You still have the f and g pawns to provide pawn cover. The h-pawn is now used as a battering ram. He's ramming it at the g6 pawn, trying to induce more kingside weaknesses. And Aman, white might only have one minor piece in the game, but this could spin out of control very, very quickly for Wesley. If we bring up he's gone rook e8. I was going to say, if he played a move like a5 and white could induce g5, the bishop would become loose. You would have rook f3. Not to belabor the point, I think everybody can see that black's king side is in a world of hurt here. But rook e8 by Wesley, that's a big move because he is giving away the d4 pawn. Maybe he's trying to defend it tactically. What's going on here?
Yeah, I don't think it really is about the d4 pawn, even though it's a little bit tempting because, of course, if we play, rook takes rook and queen takes on d4, it feels like the rook's going to come down to e4 there at the end of the line. Or maybe even rook e1 check and rook e4. So totally agree with how Jeffrey has approached this position. I think it's more about the fact that rook e8 doesn't slow white down. So keep up the plan that you had before, which looks great. h5, stick it to him.
h5 and king g7 by Wesley after taking the rook first. The ELA bar is at +3. That seems pretty extreme, but black's king side is kind of crumbling here. It's falling apart. If you have to play king g7, if you have to defend it with your own monarch, that's a pretty bad sign. But how does Jeffrey keep his foot on the gas pedal? Does he play a move like queen d2 to reinforce the pressure on d4? Or does he do something else? It's actually pretty hard to keep up the initiative. And Aman, black has a clear outline here for how he wants to improve his position. Rook d8 and d3. You don't have forever if you're Jeffrey to push black on the king side.
So I'll give one line just because it's so simple. H takes g6, f takes g6, and bishop d3.
Analysis board.
And I just want to claim, like, in this position, we can trade bishops, and it might look like we could have had this position 10 moves ago, but the fact that the h-pawn has gone up the board and traded is actually really relevant. Black's king is going to be a lot more open. If I ever win the b7 pawn, it's with a check. There's going to be lots of, queen e4s, queen e5s in the position. I actually think this is an overwhelming, if not winning advantage, even though there's not much that's happened, and it feels like the f pawn from f7 has transported to h6. Is that really such a big deal? I think it is. So I think this is enough. It's simple enough as a plan. I would look for more as Jeffrey, but I see hg6 and bishop d3 as a simple idea to definitely have an edge that he can push for a win.
That's a lovely idea, eliminating black's main defender. And this move b5 that I just made on the analysis board is a great illustration of that. Black can't take on b5 because of this check on e7. The pawn's getting to c6. And, the death bells are beginning to ring here. Black has to, quell enemies from all sides of the board. And he just doesn't have the capacity to do that, literally. He just doesn't have enough pieces to handle all the weaknesses. And you called it perfectly, partner. Bishop d3 is indeed on the board. He's done it immediately, which is totally reasonable. I don't think that black playing g5 is a big danger for white. I actually think that's as weakening as the trade on g6. So Jeffrey has made me eat my words. I still think that if Wesley had played a5 in that position I'm on, he probably would have held. So that decision to withdraw his troops from the center, Jeffrey has pounced on that brilliantly. He shows that he's not just in this match to be a punching bag for Wesley. He is striking back in a big way, and Wesley is in mortal danger here.
He is, and there's, even if bishop takes bishop here, we might just transpose into the line with hg6 coming, but the d4 pawn is also hit. So I think we might just get that exact position on the board. And to Jeffrey's credit, I think he might have done it in a better way, because he actually did not allow for the possibility of bishop takes g6. I don't know if that was good or not, but I think Jeffrey just did it in a way where he kept it simple and he guaranteed himself to get this position.
I'm actually now very curious if we're going to see queen e4, queen d7, and b5. I think it's
right.
very likely
Totally reasonable.
Queen e4 is begging to be played. I mean, that queen isn't happy just sitting on e1. Okay, maybe you can consider queen e6, but queen e6 doesn't actually carry any concrete threats. So I think queen e4 is a very clear way to accumulate the pressure, and it's on the board. Queen e4 is played.
Great move.
And after queen d7, he must see b5, because it's so clear that the e7 square is a pivotal point of conflict. And the fact that Black's queen is tied down to it is really what makes Wesley's position so difficult to defend, among other things.
Yeah, and the annoying thing about the position is, let's say that he doesn't play b5. So we see queen d7, and let's say he plays a move like g3, which is, in my opinion, also a really, really strong move, because I don't think you need to rush. Then, even if Black plays a6 or something to stop b5, I think White's always got that in his pocket. Black's king is never going to be safe. White could go a4 there. White could go king g2. You can build this position up slowly, because look at the Black king. It'll never be safe until you play h5 and king h6. But even still, then there's a whole new diagonal you have to watch out for.
+4 or whatever the Belvar is giving, it sounds extreme. I think it is a little bit extreme, but not really. I mean, like you just pointed out, Amon, the weaknesses on the king side are totally permanent. Black is going to be suffering for the next 30 moves. Even if Wesley holds this, it's not going to be before a period of extended torture. Jeffrey has taken a different approach. He's gone rook g3. He has induced another weakness in Black's position, and he might very well just return back to d3 and keep this pawn under lock and key. What do you think? Maybe he's contemplating f4, but allowing Black to develop counterplay like this, unless you've calculated to checkmate, is highly inadvisable.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's close to checkmate. I think that's the problem, is that, pawn to f4. I don't know if you want to bring up the analysis board. These could get into some really weird lines. Pawn to f4 by White, so tempting. Pawn to d3, let's say Black doesn't care. Takes, whatever. Pawn to d2, right? He's going for the touchdown, and pawn takes h6, and it's just a total mess. It's double checked. There's two pieces that are barreling down the board. And this is probably not even the most accurate line. This is just the most brute force.
But the problem is that Black has queen d4 check, and that is a killer, because in the endgame, White simply cannot stop d2. So f4 is out of the question for that reason. And that begs the question, like, what exactly is catching Jeffrey's eye here? Because rook d3 is a move you could always default to. You could play it quickly. But he's decided to invest some time. Maybe he's thinking about a preliminary check on e5 and how that impacts the position. He knows that Wesley So is not going to forgive any mistakes here. He's got to be perfect. That's another hallmark of these 27-80 players I'm on, is that even when you've got them on the ropes, oftentimes you still feel like you're losing.
And it's like such a strange feeling. Queen e5, I like the move. I still feel like the overall plan is to bring the rook back to d3. And it might look like, oh, why did you bother getting the move g5? That looks good for Black. I think the move g5 just further exposes the king on every diagonal now. The diagonal from b1 to h7, from a1 to h8, and a2 to g8. There's going to be a check on at least one of those three diagonals for the rest of the game, and that check will fork something else. It'll gain time. It'll protect something. It's so hard to account for all of this, and you might be looking at this and be like, okay, pawns are even. Material's even. There's only queen and rook left. What the heck is this +3, +4 eval? Where's it coming
Black's
from?
the only one of the pass pawn.
exactly. Wait a minute. What is backwards here? But I think it's because of exactly that. King's safety, Danya, is such a huge factor.
It is. And speaking of king safety, Wesley So is asking for trouble bringing his king up to g6. I think he's basically decided that his only chance here is to be as provocative as possible. If rook d3, his idea is to meet that with queen f5, using the king as an anchor for the queen. Yeah. The downside is that you could very well get checkmated here, and rook f3 by Jeffrey is the best move. This guy is a beast, and the rook is coming up to f6 in the event of d3. I think white probably wins with rook f6, and you called it. There's that check on e4, and as you said, it wins something. It wins the pawn on h6. I can show that on the analysis board since we brought it up. Queen e4 check, and you're just tearing black to shreds here. Rook d6. Oh, this is just...
Yeah, once you play rook d6, it's like, I feel like pirate ship has just approached someone else in the night. They've boarded, they've commandeered the ship. Rook d6, all of a sudden, yeah, that's my d-file.
Yeah, you're handing over all the gold on this ship, and you're doing it right now.
Yeah,
d5
that
is coming. This is over. King h7 is on the board by Wesley. He's running for dear life, but the pirate ship is going to be faster. I think Jeffrey is still going to slam his rook into f6, and Wesley's days are totally
It's kind of a funny thing about the way moves are executed. So let's say black had played the move d3. And rook f6, king h7, queen e4 is relatively easy to spot. But I would argue that after king h7, the move rook f6 is somehow harder to spot.
Yeah,
because it's not a check. It feels, it's like, wait a minute, is this still the right idea? But indeed it is. It threatens queen e4 all the same. Really, really well done.
And here, I think we're going to see a flashy rook d6 anyway by Jeffrey, using the fact that even with the queen's off the board, that offers no relief for black because you're just going after all the queenside pawns. Jeffrey, look at the confidence with which he's executing this moves. This rivals Wesley So's technique from the previous game, I got to say.
And that's
why the CGC is awesome.
Queen h2, threatening mate, and allowing mate.
Oh, let's attack the h6 pawn. Oh, whoops. I covered my left square.
Rook d6, so classy. Agreed totally that when Jeffrey has his spots, he also doesn't let them go. The thing is, Wesley is just not going to give him that many, but he definitely gave him one this game. And this is why I was saying I very much felt like Jeffrey was in his prep, totally in his prep, and he had a few more moves coming where he understood what was going on. Whereas Wesley, his prep probably ended. That's why there was that time difference. He knew the position was probably equal. He had a rough idea of what to do next. But as we can see here, that's the difference between, some players' prep, Danya, is it depends when you stop analyzing. Sometimes you see the engine 0.00 and you're like, okay, I mean, that's an obvious equal position. But then your opponent goes a little bit deeper and says, okay, well, it's 0.00, but here's my plan. I'm going to put the rook on g3, push my h-pawn, activate my pieces this way, and it's not so easy for black to get out of it, and I think he kind of proved that with this line today.
He absolutely did. He's going to take on b7, stop the d4 pawn, and win with his 3-on-1 pawn majority. But let's not forget, we have a second match between Aronian and Sevian. It's no less fascinating, and the second game is no less tightly contested. Let's go to that game. Right now, this is what we have on the board. We remind you that Sam Sevian rolled out the Catalan. He sacrificed the pawn in the opening for positional compensation. He still has a lot of that compensation. He's got the central control. He's got the knight on e5. But Levin Aronian has entrenched a hero of a bishop on b5. Look at how it just stands between these pawns and seems to be the glue that's holding everything together. I have no idea who's better here, but if I had to choose a side intuitively, I would probably choose black here.
Yeah, I think whenever you have a situation like this where both sides can so clearly identify something as the glue to the position, then the struggle revolves around that piece. Like right now, it's so well entrenched there. Bishop on b5 holds everything. But if you think about it from the other perspective, as soon as it's not entrenched there, the whole position falls apart. So I'm looking at things like pawn to d5 for white, and can I get that c-pawn to move at all? At the moment, it seems to be covered, but that's where my eyes are focused right now. Moves like knight to c4, just because I know the bishop can't take it. If it ever does, things should fall apart. Same with bishop f1, exactly. So That's what I'm looking at. And I think that is a lot of the compensation that Sevian has. That being said, I do agree. I would probably take black, but I think that there's ways that the position can totally fall apart for Aronian here.
What it reminds me of, this is a bit far-fetched, but those Geography Channel documentaries on Pangea, the big continent, they would show these graphics of what happened when Pangea just separated into, 7 continents, and it would just like one chunk would drift away and then the other would drift away. If that bishop disappears, the Pangea on the queen side is going to fall apart. But you called it. Let's not forget, white also has a weakness. The moment Sam Sevian played e4, he lost the ability to defend the d4 pawn with e3, which is standard fare in the Catalan. So it's a mixed bag, and Levon Aronian could even consider the somewhat brazen move f5 here. A classic idea to carve out the d5 square for his knight, and this is exacerbated by the fact that knight d5, the knight's arrival comes with a fork, and f5 is on the board. Levon Aronian not mincing his words. He's playing for a win here.
Yeah, that's a really, really cool move, especially because it actually seems so positionally incorrect that putting all these pawns on light squares, white's light square bishop, the e5 square is right for the taking for white. However, the most logical response to pawn f5 is pawn to e5, and that takes away the e5 square for white, offers up the d5 square, really not advised. So I think you want to keep things going here. You would rather leave the pawn on e4 and have black take, but then you need an answer, because as soon as f takes e4 happens, guess what? Your knight is moving, d4 is falling, and any endgame here, I feel like Levon Aronian is favored.
I would go so far as to say that white is on the verge of collapse here. Sam Sevian better find something in this position, or, Pangea is going to happen to him. He's going to be the one who falls apart into 7 different chunks here, because the threat is indeed f takes c4 and knight d5. I'm
maybe
kind of drawing a blank.
Queen e3 or queen e1. Just basically get my queen somewhere to guard the pawn. It also gets off the kind of forking square when I capture back on e4. And yes, I allow knight d5, but then maybe I can move my rook from b4.
Yeah, that's a good point. Let's make that move on the analysis board. Queen e1. How could the game unfold here? I actually think black might delay f takes e4 in this case, because if you take this pawn too quickly and you say, boom, I've got my knight on d5. Yeah, you're right. This doesn't come with the same effect anymore. White can drop the rook down. White can deal with this knight on d5. It's still pretty restricted by white's heavy pieces. White's got knight g5 ideas. And there is a downside of playing f5, which is that you've seriously weakened the e6 pawn. So let's not pretend that, this game is over or something of that nature.
Exactly. Like the e6 pawn is going to be so weak as soon as white deals with this threat, this immediate threat of the d5 square being loose. So I think, queen goes somewhere, e3, e1, and then you have moves like knight g5, bishop h3. And the interesting thing about black playing knight d5 eventually, Dania, is it looks great, but it actually takes, 10 material points in your 2 rooks and says, hey, you guys just hold on for a sec. I'm just kind of, it's like the scout that goes ahead in the military movies. It's just like, okay, yeah, looks safe out here. No, I know there's a lot of firepower, but just hang on. Yeah.
Coast is clear.
Exactly.
Move in. Oh, knight takes b4, e takes d6, and the e6 pawn is hanging with check.
Wow.
Otherwise, black would have a fork on c2, and the knight would be awarded the Presidential Medal of Honor, for destroying, as you said, 10 points of material. So queen e1 is a clever defensive move by Sam Sevian, but Levon could also choose to drop his rook back to d7 and say, the center is closed. I've got a knight on d5. I'm solidly better, and I can start working on the queen side.
Yeah, and I feel like he's going to. Like that move to me looks more sound than taking. The only rationale for taking, so if you grab on b4 and then take on d6, the only rationale would be that, after a move like knight c2 or something, you're pushing your a pawn and it's worth it to give up the pawn.
Yeah, but
it's just so, you don't need to be
too messy.
Crude. Exactly, way too messy. Levon he's past that. He wants to keep things simple. He sees his advantage. He knows that he has it after rook d7, and the eval bar certainly agrees.
And Jeffrey has won his game. What a match that is shaping up to be already. We're only 2 games in. This is a 4-game affair. The score is 1-1. Jeffrey bounces back on demand with some phenomenal, exquisite preparation and even more exquisite technique. Wow, the ball is back in Wesley So's camp, and he will have the white pieces in game 3. So we're all focused on this game. And Levon Aronian drops his knight away from its stronghold on d5 and takes a trip to c4, dislodging the rook from a3. Aman, I think you called it. He believes that his greatest asset is the a pawn, and he might push it right now. No,
yeah,
he's not going
I was gonna say you might think about pushing it. Strangely enough, I was even thinking about rook takes d4. At some point soon.
Same.
That might be an idea, but actually, with the knight getting to b3, I think he's on a totally different wavelength. He says, I don't care what's going on the king side. You're h6. You can take my g pawn. I'm going to keep ignoring you, and I'm just going to collapse the center.
And if he takes on d4 and those rooks stream into d1, he's got that a pawn ready to rumble on a4. Sevian, the clock is ticking literally and figuratively on the position and on the clock. He plays h takes g7, and the eval bar dislikes that move. What is he planning against knight takes d4?
Yeah, and honestly, what was the eval bar planning instead of h takes g7?
Well, the move was queen e3. Ridiculously, that's unplayable. How do you play a move that calm in this position?
Wow. And yeah,
Only
I guess
move.
Just trying to get up to g5 and
Yep.
That's just such a weird move because it feels like once you lose that d pawn, black's got everything. I was talking about how the bishop on b5 could be loose if white played d5 or dropped the c6 pawn. That's just not going to happen anymore.
No, it's not. And now after h takes g7, knight takes d4, black's king is using the g7 pawn as an umbrella. You're going to keep that pawn alive to shelter black's king from catching strays like queen e3, queen g5. That same idea doesn't come with the same effect anymore because it's not a check and it doesn't create a threat. You can't capture your own pawn with checkmate. Yeah. Sadly, that is not in the rules of chess, but Levon Aronian is not hurrying to take on d4. Is he also considering a move like c5? What's giving him pause here?
I almost feel like this is a situation where he's not thinking about anything except knight takes d4. He's just thinking about what happens after knight takes d4 because it's one of those moves that you can look at it and it certainly looks like the best move by far. But you're kind of wondering, okay, well, what am I missing? Because my opponent has just played h takes g so confidently. And if I'm wrong about knight takes d4, the gravity of the situation could mean that you're wrong in the sense that you're mated or something. The queen comes up to e3 and goes to h6. But no, I think he's just double checking, Daniel. There's no move to play except knight d4.
Agreed. And that is exactly what he did. He decides on knight takes d4. Rook c1 is a sad necessity by Sam. Obviously could not have allowed, no, not the rook to come to c1, but the rook to come to d1. And now might be the perfect time to start pushing your passer. Yeah. Of course, bishop takes c6 has to be calculated. And finally, white's rook break free from, the cage. But it might be just a little bit too late with that pawn already on a2 in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, I think it's time for a3. I don't see what else we could be considering here. There's no way to fully guard the c6 pawn that looks any good. So why not?
f4, striking at the other side. I honestly don't see any compelling reason not to play a3, but I think this doesn't ruin anything. I think he's still dominating, and I think he's trying to discourage Sam from taking on c6. He's worried about that for whatever reason.
Yeah, f4, it also provides another avenue to the e6 pawn with bishop h3. The thing is, the bishop alone just doesn't do enough to black's position. So I don't think he's really concerned about that. Notice the queen on a7 is so flexible. It can swing over in one move to take on g7 or to swing to f7. So I think he'll be happy with.
I don't like f4.
Position.
I think Levon has gone a little bit astray. There was no need to open up a second front. And now Sam says, thank you very much. I've got my rook anchored to the pawn. He's definitely still probably losing. He's got less time. And there's that bishop h3 move I'm on. This is where Levon might say, wait a second, why did I play f4 and give white this entire, as you said, new avenue of attack? This could turn around. This is very double-edged.
Yeah, I think we're getting to that spot where and rook c3 has been played.
Great
so
move.
strong.
Great
Stops
move.
a3, supports the g3 rook, which, by the way, was fully hanging on g3.
Yeah, because of the pin against the f2 pawn. And
no,
now
this can really turn around, Daniel. The bishop could slide back even to a2.
Yeah.
Watch that a pawn exert pressure on
Watch the
g8.
e-pawn.
Oh my gosh, yeah, you're right. That e pawn could just be the pawn that queens instead of the a pawn this whole time.
And now he's down on time. He's down to 30 seconds. You said it. The more time scrambles, the better for Sevian. Queen to d4 is Levon's move. He's obviously no slouch in time scrambles. And now Sam has to decide, do you want to trade a pair of rooks and then send the other rook over to g3? That seems very natural to me. The big problem for Sam is that he's tied down to this f2 pawn. The fact that his queen doesn't have its full range of motion is a big problem as Sam now drops below 30 seconds himself. Big decision here.
Yeah, queen d4 really puts the question. I think the other big idea for white is everything is kind of stable. Move your bishop and just play e6, e7, e8.
Yeah.
Right? Try to get that in.
And that's a better default. Black doesn't have that equivalent because you can't even play a3. White's just going to snap that off the board. And Levon sets his h-pawn down the board. h5, what a gutsy move. Bishop a2, there it is by Sam Sevian. But I think White's king, Aman, could get caught in the crossfire with that pawn on h4 depriving White of the g3 square.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, but rook g8 and queen b1. Brr.
Yeah. Now the queen can move for white, in the sense that if the rooks exchange, there's no pressure on f2. But for the moment, let's say you go king h2 here. 4
seconds? 3 seconds?
Oh my goodness, he's got to move.
He's gone king h2, but I think after the rook trade, White's king is just going to end up too weak. But how do you actually pin the king down? Because e6 is coming really fast.
Queen g4 and bishop e2?
Oh, and bishop f3. He's gone queen e2.
Ooh,
and he's forcing a queen trade. What a move.
Because bishop d1, bishop b3 will win.
But it's not over yet. He still has connected passers. E6! E6 was winning. He was promoting. Amani was promoting his pawn with e6.
Oh my
Black's
goodness,
gonna
he
win.
was.
We have to show that moment. Oh my God, he just dodged a biggest bullet of the century. And this is still not totally over. 1 second.
Yeah, because he's going to have those pawns. He's going to put the bishop on d5, and I think he'll be comfortable here.
How do you win this?
One of the areas where I would say Levon is not concerned.
Yeah, but White gets his king to d4.
Mm-hmm.
Black plays king d6. White e7. King takes e7. Oh, he's going to win.
Yep. He can just go king c5, and the pawns can't advance.
Bishop f7. You freeze the pawns, and then you drive White's king all the way down to c1, and then you get it checkmated. Because Black has unlimited extra moves. That's the thing.
Exactly. The bishop can go e8, f7, g6, h5.
I still can't believe Sam didn't push his e-pawn when he had a chance to promote it. That was insane.
Yeah, and I'm even trying to think of the position as the result comes in, and look at that face right there.
Goodness.
I don't know if he knows that was an option, Dania, but he looks relieved.
That was unbelievable. So the key moment, we have to show this on the board before we go on break. Everything was going fine for Levon Aronian. Then he plays this weird move, bishop d1. He's trying to get to b3. What he forgot about is that king g7 doesn't work. The bishop controls f7. And if you go bishop b3, is White just going to take it? Actually, White can't even take this bishop. And after e7, b2, you promote with check. This is a crazy miss by Sam Sevian. It just shows us that anything can happen in time pressure. Levon Aronian is going to be thanking the gods for that one I'm on.
What happened on the previous turn? So if you go back 2 moves, how did they get there? So this is what I was wondering. Why wasn't e6 so strong here?
I think Black has several ways to stop the pawn. h4, bishop h5, or even c5 and bishop b5, stopping the pawn.
And so why isn't that available on the other move?
Because you went bishop d1. And now you can't. So this is covered by the king, and that's lock yourself out from b5.
that's pretty nasty. So king g3 happened to be perfect to cover the h4 way to get back, and then bishop d1 was perfect in the sense of creating this position that there's no bishop a4 or back to b5. So wow, just honestly a perfect storm of unlucky moves there, but a chance miss from Sevian. Oh my goodness, and he loses that game in the
wild geometry and a wild game 2 here at the Chess.com Global Championship presented by Brave. Buckle your seatbelts, ladies and gentlemen, because the last 2 games of these round of 16 matches are going to be epic. They're going to be biblical, and you are not going to want to miss them. We will be back in just a couple of minutes with more action from the Chess.com Global Championship presented by Brave. On camera, we see Jeffrey Xiong, pensive expression. He's got to be feeling pretty happy on it on the inside. I want to copy Wesley's lighting. Just give me a second. Interruption. I'm going to take down his lighting stats. Wesley So has a point to prove in game 3. That match is tied 1-1. The other match is a 1-point lead for Levon Aronian. But let's examine them on. Let's remind people of the matchup card between Wesley So and Jeffrey Xiong, two titans of American chess who will be facing off very shortly at the U.S. Championship. So both of them have an axe to grind here and a point to prove in this match.
Yeah, they certainly do. I'm drawn, of course, to that head-to-head in Classical, which is quite a dominating performance in favor of Wesley. Of course, Wesley is also, he's leading in a few categories there, but that head-to-head over the board definitely speaks volumes. And you mentioned it; they will be going head-to-head in the upcoming American Championship as well. But very exciting match at the moment, because I think what we just saw from Wesley is, a little bit of exposure going into the rest of this match. He's not unassailable, and for Jeffrey to just know that and be able to prove it on the board, especially as a bounce back game from game number 1, is everything he needs to move forward. I think the last thing you want to give a young, talented player is more confidence.
Oh, 100%. And Wesley already has all the confidence he needs, but for Jeffrey, he definitely runs on momentum. Very curious to see what opening we're going to get. Are we going to have a repeat of the Caro-Kann? Well, there's the answer to that question. And it's actually going to be Wesley So who deviates from the exchange. Amon, I think a lot of people could say, what is he doing? He won a game in the exchange card. Why isn't he repeating that? He obviously knows that Jeffrey Xiong is going to use the break to look this line up. So to me, this is actually a perfectly logical decision.
Yeah, and there's something that I was told when I was a little bit younger and a little bit lower rated, which was analyze your wins, not your losses. And of course, that you can never take any advice as the rule. You don't only do that. But I think the point of the advice was to remind me that people are going to check the games that you won because you feel comfortable there. I played a great game, whatever. Okay, it was crushing. I'll just do that every time. People are going to check that game, be like, oh, Amon won that game, but actually on move 10, if this move was played, he might have lost it. And I'm going to do that when I play against him. So a reminder that you can sometimes have your weaknesses exposed in the games that you win. And that's why Wesley was like, nope, not going to happen to me. I know that he's just checked it. I'm going to switch the line to another fashionable 2 knights Caro-Kann, which we see on the board.
This is a very fashionable. This position has been played and contested extensively, really at every level. Now, you might look at this and say, wait a second, this is a huge blunder. Let's pull up an analysis board. Instructive moment. White could have taken on c6 and won not 1 but 2 pawns, because you've got to move the queen, and then you give up b5 and you've got to discover check. But appearances are illusory. Black plays a6, attacking the tail of the discovery. You have to move it, and after bishop d7, the knight is toast because the bishop is undefended. You can defend it once, but you cannot defend it twice, and the knight is lost. I fell into this trap the first time that I had this position. I'd never seen b5 before. I felt like a very, very smart person for exactly 2 moves. And that kind of
short-lived.
Very short-lived indeed. Queen c7 is on the board. Not the main move. The main move against bishop d3 is actually bishop b7. And before I pass it on to you, Amon, bishop d3 could look a little bit weird, but you could circumvent the fact that you're blocking the dark-squared bishop by playing b3 or by playing c3, bishop c2, and d4. So this is not all that weird. Whoa.
Yeah, man. This is not all that weird at all. If this is normal.
No. Totally normal.
What
I tell myself.
The heck is going on, you guys?
There's extreme turbulence. We're hitting some bumps here.
Okay, pass over the commentary to the chat here. Maybe you guys know what's going on, because this is absolutely the definition of not even theory, but just prep, it looks like. Somebody, and maybe both of these guys, have looked at this exact line, because you don't play the moves that we just saw without having seen them before.
Imagine showing this to like Jose Raul Capablanca, for example. Like, we're going to give you a snippet of what chess looks like 90 years from the time that you're alive. And he watches this. Black is down 2 pawns. Jeffrey continues to blitz out his moves. What does Black have in return for the pawns? Let's start with like basic observations. Black has better development, right? He's got 2 very strong bishops. And for the time being, White still experiences a very hard time getting the entire queen side out of the gates.
Yeah, and the bishop on
What
c1
games?
is being
I don't know.
held back by, of course, the 2 pawns right from the start of the game, but you don't often make it this far without either of those pawns moving. And right now, the b pawn can't move. The d pawn can't move. So it's a really long way away before that bishop joins. And you might think, okay, it's just a bishop, we can change that. But the bishop means the rook is stuck as well. So that's why it's important to develop your pieces, because you're leaving what is effectively 8 points of material just sitting there on the queen side. So very scary stuff. And you look at where the king needs to go. Well, if you can't develop your bishop on c1 or your rook on a1, makes sense to castle kingside. But as soon as you castle kingside, you have to reckon with rook g8. You have to reckon with the bishop on b7, bishop on e5. Every single thing in black's position is pointed directly at your king. I would be definitely scared to castle here.
Oh, I would be terrified to castle. Let's show a sample line analysis board, please. But after castles, rook g8. Well, I can say, no problem, I just go g8. Look at how well defended this pawn is. I don't think this is the best move. The winning move, apparently, is bishop d4, followed by queen c6, so quiet chess. But bishop takes g3 is not out of the question in these types of positions. You take twice, and if white takes, it's literally just checkmate. Now, again, as it turns out, in this position, white escapes with king f2, but I'm trying to show the general concepts here, and the concepts, the arrows, all point in one direction. White's king is very far from being safe, and the fact that Wesley is taking his time shows me that Jeffrey has had the more successful preparation now 2 games in a row, Aman. That is a big deal.
It is. It is a really big deal. And, you know, I think even in the previous game and maybe here right now, Wesley could very well be in his preparation and just trying to remember what's going on. But even that, to me, speaks to the fact that Jeffrey knows this a bit better. He knows it like the back of his hand. He can pull these moves out in 5 seconds apiece. Whereas Wesley is like kind of maybe second guessing or wanting to make sure every single move. And for a complicated position like this, where, look, the eval bar is hovering around the middle of the board. I always say, as a rule of thumb, if you count the material on the board and one side has a clear edge, maybe a piece extra or some pawns extra, but the eval bar is 0.00, I'd rather play the side that's down material, because chances are they've got some kind of insane compensation.
No, just ask yourself that. Who would you rather play here without knowing anything about the position? And, you know, if you say white, then I'm just going to accuse you of, you know, playing devil's advocate, because white is stuck in molasses. You know, all of the diagonals belong to black. You have no idea where to put your king. If you push any pawn, you create other weaknesses. If you play c3, you loosen the bishop on d3. If you play f3, well, then you weaken this diagonal. And castles is on the board. Oh, my God. And f3 by Wesley. Jeffrey continues to blitz out his moves. F5 to threaten queen g7. This is amazing. But the other game has also started, so I'm on. I don't know what to do. We've got an opening in the Aronian Sevian game. We have fascinating preparation in this game. What do we do?
Well, let's jump in to the other game and just see how things start. Let's get a lay of the land for the opening there. But honestly, let's keep our eyes on this game in the background, Danny, because we might need to switch back quickly. It's developing fast, and this attack is raging on.
Indeed, it is. But for the time being, we're going to switch to the Aronian Sevian game. Levon holds a 1-point lead and the white pieces. So the choice of a Sicilian Najdorf by Sam Sevian is totally understandable given the circumstances. He deviates from the open Ruy Lopez. And Aman, let's be real. If you want to draw against most Ruy Lopez variations, you can kind of get it. So e4, c5, totally understandable given the circumstances.
Yeah, and the other thing is that Aronian he's playing a position which I think he's guaranteed to get a bit of a long game. And if he wins this game, the match is just over. So he's in a really powerful position here where a draw sets him up really nicely, of course, but a win and the match is done. So Sevian has to tread really carefully here. He's playing a line where there are already a lot of imbalances. You look at the structure and you can already see, you know, a 4-on-2 or 4-on-3, excuse me, on the king side for black and a 4-on-3 developing on the queen side for white. You just kind of separate the board in half. Also, the bishop pair for white. So already so many dynamic imbalances in the position. That does not scream, oh, we're just going to see a draw. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Levon look to put this match away when he's got the white pieces in front of him in a very playable position.
Great description as far as Najdorf positions go. This is more on the positional side, at least for the time being. not all opposite side castle positions have to be tactical, right? There's other ways of playing, and the center still exists. You don't always have to play on the flanks. And a case in point is that you often see in these positions white swinging the queen to a5 in order to offer a queen trade. The point is that in an endgame, the weaknesses on black's king side, queen side, are more easily exploitable. But for the time being, both sides continue to develop. King b1 by Levon is sort of standard fare in these positions. And the last thing I'll say is that the pawn on h5 is normal. It's normal, again. It's totally normal. Because you're preventing g4. You're making it incredibly difficult for white to generate a kingside attack. If you go h3, then the pawn moves into h4, and once again, you can't play g4 to do the en passant. That's been popular for a while now.
Exactly. And honestly, white also has a plan in these kind of positions to castle the total opposite direction. White's king could be castled on the king side, and white could be going for c4, b4, even a4, and full queenside expansion. So just a different way of playing the position.
e4, f4.
It's just everything up to the 4th rank, but lots of space here for white, lots of space to operate. Black might be looking for things like knight b6 to c4, also moving the knight from f6 and maybe getting the move f5 in for black.
Yeah, you see a lot of these positional ideas that really enrich the position. Black needs to be very careful about pushing the pawn up to e4, because that does create a big stronghold on d4 that white could occupy with his bishop and disarm its counterpart on g7. So that's why you see a lot of players tread carefully here with both sides. They're kind of making these little moves. Rook c1, slow improving chess. Rook c4 maybe, but okay, very positional.
Extremely positional, because we might not see either player commit to a serious plan for a while. White might go all out with g4, but he doesn't need to. He can wait and bide his time and see how black's going to play. As soon as black plays the move b5, he might regret it in view of something like knight a5, knight c6, and the white knight just anchors itself into a really strong outpost. So that's why usually if black wants to bring the knight in, he doesn't need b5. He just goes knight b6, knight c4. And rook c1 looks aimed against that to play c4 himself.
Yeah, c4 and potentially c5 if black falls asleep. White does have the bishop pair, so all things held equal, opening up the position does probably favor white. I'm going to vote that we go back to the Wesley-Jeffrey game, because we know for a fact that this is going to stay positional, my friends, for a while. And the most interesting game in the world is right now the Wesley-Jeffrey game. So let's switch over to that.
Motion passed.
Motion's accepted. Okay.
Yep.
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's get back to what game. The thing is, this game, the reason we want to jump back to it is because, you and I can both clearly see something that doesn't happen too often at the highest level of chess, which is, by the way, exactly what the level that we're playing at right now. So what we see is Wesley with the white pieces running into high-level prep that has lasted, I'm going to say, the entire game so far. Is this the first real think of the game for Jeffrey Xiong? Because I believe that it is. And I mean, usually when the guy's thinking and he's been prepping the whole time, it's a little bit scary, Dania, because when he's moving, it means you're making good moves. When he's thinking, it means you probably made a bad move.
Yeah, he made a mistake. You deviated from his prep. I hate that feeling when they start thinking. You're like, I finally got them out of prep. What does that mean? Probably that I made a big mistake. Rook g6 was 57 seconds. 57 seconds was spent on this move. Could be preparation. Probably is, honestly, because you would think that Jeffrey would spend longer in a position this complex if he truly had never seen this before. So I agree. This is the first moment he's spending a significant amount of time. What's happening in this position? So I think Wesley's longer-term strategy, or maybe short-term strategy, depending on how you look at it, is pretty clear. He wants to move the bishop away from d3. He wants to play d4, get the dark-squared bishop out, and eventually fix the problem of the g2 pawn. So Jeffrey doesn't have much time to waste. He has to pile up pressure on g2 quickly and efficiently, and that's why queen g7 comes to mind, at least for me. What do you think of that summary?
Yeah, I really love the move queen g7 in the sense that I also dream of rook h6 and starting to use the h file with pressure. I actually realized that this allows queen takes b4 check.
I realized it at the same time that you were, but I don't
but
care.
I honestly was like, do I care about that? King g8, and I feel like you can keep just jettisoning pawns in this game. Do you need those pawns? I feel like this game gets decided tactically for Black.
Yeah, let's pull up an analysis board. This is fascinating. Queen G7, you're down 3 pawns, for God's sake. This is rare.
Right.
But after King G8, Rook F2, I think Black is a very simple and just crushing idea. Move the king to H8.
That's crazy,
Alekine's gun this thing. Rook G8, Tack G2. You've got bishop takes F3 in the air. So, for example, let's say white goes bishop F1, Rook G8, D4. I'm not even talking about things on the H file. Let's just focus on the G file. Bishop takes F3, Amon, is simple and totally devastating. This is checkmate, ladies and gentlemen.
And this is the definition of, I know what you're going to do, but I can't do anything about it.
Nope.
Like Rook G6, Queen G7, Rook G8.
I wonder what that guy's
attacking.
up to. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe the G2 pawn is going to be awake here. But if you play G3, then you run into another sacrifice. Bishop takes G3. And what is the underlying problem here for white? It's the fact, the hidden elephant in the room is the fact that Wesley is playing without a queenside.
Yep. Yeah, precisely. I think that it's so rare in chess that you see games decided with such like just blunt force and obvious plans. Like there's nothing about this position that seems too difficult if we arrive at that conclusion. I think that this might be the exact same idea, perhaps just a better version.
It's like when he played bishop d3 in the previous game and delayed g takes f6, right? He's keeping flexible. He's keeping this battery alive for the time being to discourage Wesley from moving the queen. And then I think on the next move, he's going to play either king h8, rook g8, or queen g7. The worst thing for Wesley is that black's position at this point is pretty easy to play.
So what if we rush the plan of d4 and don't bother taking on b4 as white? So I want to move the bishop, let's say, and get d4 in.
Amazon Prime today, 2 a.m. with bishop e2 d4 now.
Yeah. If you move this bishop in the next 5 seconds.
Exactly. Play some order within the next 9 hours. I start getting that anxiety. So let's examine bishop e2. Queen g7.
Right.
You can't play d4 now. You have to defend the pawn.
That's right.
But if you play rook f2, your idea, Amon, is just over. Rook h6 and bishop h2.
So that's why we played queen before. I forgot.
Yeah, that's why we moved the queen to the h file. So I guess the eval bar in this position is advocating for g3. Oh my! If you got to play this move, buckle up, bucko.
Yeah.
Rook h6, bishop takes g3 coming your way.
I think that this is even a situation where, like, yeah, there might be very, very direct ways to punish here, but even without those, like king h8 might be a fine move again.
Oh, I'm on. Queen takes h6 and d4 at this point is going to be forced. This is actually the reason why it doesn't lose on the spot.
Because, yeah, if you move the queen, just bishop takes g3, or even rook takes h2.
Oh, yeah, if you don't...
Yeah, sorry, here if you grab poison pawn or
before,
something.
Rook h2 is game over.
I think we could just see Wesley, and honestly, I think we could just see blown off the board here, which I have almost never seen, and I even introed our show today saying that I've never seen it.
No, neither have I, and I've played Wesley at this point 6 or 7 times over the board. I've seen him in so many U.S. championships and so many top tournaments, and his calling card, what makes Wesley is that he's never been blown off the board. Most of the other super GMs have at least once a year. Wesley doesn't have this once a year, but he's up against the wall here. Queen g7 is coming. He's down to 4.5 minutes. If he pulls this off, Amon, I would be, at this point, absolutely shocked.
And if you're Jeffrey, honestly, so disappointed because you don't get to put a top player in this position too often. You also, the interesting thing about like really deep and prep that you feel confident about, Danny, is you only get to bring it out once. Like, of course you can play it after that, but the shock value of bringing that prep and introducing it to the world, like, only happens once. I don't know if this is the first time that he's done it. Who knows? But it just feels like this is something that is unknown to Wesley, and at least not as deep as Jeffrey has got it. So Jeffrey has got to be using this chance to put up a point here and really stick it to Wesley and say, look, I've got the white pieces in the next game, and with a draw, I'll knock you out of the global championship.
And speaking of the global championship, I love that he's doing it at the CGC because historically, Amon, the way people have approached online tournaments is I'm going to play decent preparation, but I'm going to hide the good stuff. I'm going to hide the really good stuff for the over-the-board events. The fact that these players are bringing their A-level preparation to the CGC, what does that tell us? That tells us they're taking this as, if not more seriously than most OTB events. Why is that? Maybe because there's a 200K first prize. Maybe because the top 8 players get to go to Toronto and play it out, facing each other in the same room. This is awesome, and this is a great sign for online chess. The fact that we're seeing this, and the fact that we're seeing this level of dedication and preparation. In the meantime, Wesley continues to think, and as we're yammering on, he's down to 2.5 minutes.
2.5 minutes versus 9.5 for Jeffrey. And to be honest, I'm not even sure if he feels like after spending 3-4 minutes thinking here, like he's any closer to a solution. That's how tough his position is. You can spend 3 minutes
maybe
as
further
a
from a
2800.
solution.
And it's like, I don't know. I don't know the move.
I think somebody said this. Magnus might have said this, that if he's spending, I think Magnus said this on the Lex Friedman podcast, that if he's spending 15 minutes or more on a move, it doesn't mean that he's delving into the depths of the position. He's about to bring something out brilliant. It's because he doesn't know what to do. Because most of these players basically know what to do within a couple of minutes, if not a couple of seconds.
Exactly. And I think that we're going to get a position extremely close to what you might have put on the board recently, Dania. With Rook F2, I think that's telegraphing Bishop to F1, which is like a necessary defender of G2. But after Queen to G7 here, Rook H6 becomes a monster threat. So after Queen G7, I think it's forced that the Queen vacates somewhere. Queen takes B4. And then I think we're just getting a line that we had previous with King H8.
Yeah, we could very well transpose. I think Jeffrey is just crossing his T's and dotting his I's, but if he doesn't play Queen G7, he must. I mean, maybe King H8 is another possibility to keep things as flexible as possible. I personally would not be able to resist the temptation to play Queen G7 because you're also creating, as we were discussing earlier, this additional threat of Rook H6. So Queen G7 feels a little bit more forcing. And at this point, I wouldn't have been able to contain my excitement at going into that variation.
So here's my justification for it, is that if you play King H8, White goes Bishop F1, and essentially if you go Rook G8 or Queen G7 there, the move is D4. And that move covers H6 with the bishop on C1. Suddenly that's not a threat. The bishop must move from E5, and you feel like you're losing tempi. But if you start with Queen G7, Bishop F1 is not really an option due to Rook H6. So you actually force the queen to move, and I think that extra tempo is what's going to get him a win in this position.
No, Queen G7 is definitely the move. If we could bring up the analysis board for one more detail. After Queen G7, Bishop F1, you could say, wait a second, Rook H6, I can still sack my queen and play T4. But this doesn't work for two reasons. The minor reason is that Black can play Bishop F4. The major reason is that there is checkmate in one move on H2. So at this point, you couldn't even, quote unquote, bail out into this losing position. You literally can resign in this position. So
you can't even have this losing position.
No. You can't even have this, not a single, I'm not giving you a nickel. I'm not giving an inch in this position.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's just a question of when Jeffrey plays Queen G7. For him, I think it's important to keep some time on the clock to avoid getting this into a time scramble. That's actually Wesley's dream at this point. Even if he's losing, get Jeffrey down to 2 minutes, get Jeffrey down to 45 seconds, because that always raises the possibility of something insane happening. We almost saw that in our other match. If Sam Sevian had played E6, we would have been talking a completely different tune in that match.
Yep, 100%. So I think the strategy is you kind of want to move with more than 5 minutes, 5 to 5.5 minutes on the clock here. If you're Jeffrey, as soon as you start taking down more than that, then I don't get the feeling you're dotting your T's, crossing your I's, so to speak. I get the feeling that it's more in the category of what you mentioned about Magnus and what he said. He's more unsure of what to do, and he's torn between two moves. And if you're torn between two good moves, just pick one early rather than trying to find the minute differences. Trust your calculation on one of them. If it's good, right? Just go for it. There's often two solutions. But I think Queen G7 is a clear improvement over the other, and I expect him to make a move in the next minute.
I do as well. And I think we should take this opportunity to take a relatively brief look at the other game. We will most certainly come back to this one when Jeffrey makes a decision. But we've got a chance right now to update you on the other game while Jeffrey's still thinking. This is the position in Levon Aronian's game against Sevian. I think if he plays b5 in this position, there is a cancerous growth that is like 5 feet into Black's position. And I don't see Sam Sevian pulling this game out with that knight sitting on c6. How did he get it there? Oh my god.
Yeah, exactly. How did it get there? And it almost looks like he played knight a5 and it was Sevian who invited it into the position, but no, he actually got there from b4 amazingly.
Boom, and then he just went b4 using the knight on c5 and a tempo move. And I actually think that here Sam Sevian could have seriously considered sacrificing a piece. I think he made a very serious mistake in moving the knight back and allowing white to just establish this knight on b5 like that. So he could have gone knight takes c6, dc, queen c6, and then bc. What does Black have for the piece? Well, the chance to go e4, an open b file, a permanently weak king. I'm shocked that Sam didn't go for this line. This was right up his alley stylistically, and instead, he's facing down the barrel of the gun here with that knight on c6 just lording over the entire position. Aronian putting down the wood.
Yeah, and I mean, don't forget, guys, this is a match where the score is already 1.5 to half. I think it's very likely we see Sam get knocked out here. I'll go ahead and make that prediction because, first of all, Aronian's not losing this for sure. The thing is, after knight c5, it becomes very tempting to play bishop takes c5. Not forced, just play bishop to c2 here. Or you honestly don't even have to react, but bishop c5 does have the idea that if you take with the d pawn, you get a passed pawn on d5. And if you take with a b pawn, you get a passed pawn on b5. So no matter what, you've got a protected passed pawn in the position. And, you know, I feel like the worst case scenario is a draw because Black has no breaks. And when I say no breaks, I mean literally nothing. f6, that benefits white. I'm going to take that pawn and play rook g1 and just win the game on the king side.
And I also like to move bishop e4. If you're unsure about trading, I would trade on c5, but as an alternative, bishop e4, prevent Black from playing e4. The only way I see this going really wrong for white is if at some point Sam activates his dark squared bishop, maybe gets the queen into the game and opens up the queen side. But if Levon just wants to chill, he's going to go bishop b4 and then rook
Daniel,
e1,
look at the
rook
game.
f1.
Speaking of Levon wanting to chill, look at what he's done, actually. That's so interesting. Didn't expect it at all.
Whoa! Bishop f1.
What?
Bishop h3, and now he's just running away with his king. I don't know.
This is
about
unbelievable.
That,
I could never have predicted it.
But I don't love it, Aman, because again, the shadow of e4 is now presiding over the position, and right, he's kind of regretting not having that bishop on e4 right about now. You don't want to give Sam Sevian a chance to complicate the game. That's the point. I don't like what he's doing. I'm going to go on record and say
it feels wrong. I think that bishop c5 was the surefire way to eliminate counterplay. Speaking of counterplay, now a rook is coming all the way into the position from what looked like a position where he could barely move. Sam now has the rook involved. The king is on e2. e4 is screaming to be played. And I'm not sure if Aronian's happy with his position at all anymore.
I am shocked at everything he's just done. He still might be a little bit better. I think you could make the case for that. Like, he's also up 4 minutes, but why are you putting your king right in the line of fire of Black's rook? Why are you allowing e4? Why are you allowing the rook to come to a4? You didn't need to allow any of those things. And Sam Sevian basically has a new lease on life. So this game is now a lot more complicated. But speaking of a lot more complicated, we have to switch to the other game because Jeffrey Xiong, if I'm understanding this correctly, has not handled the position well at all. So let's switch back. This is on the board. Oh my goodness. What? And Jeffrey declining a draw, but he's already worse. He's allowed d4. He's allowed Wesley to get all of his pieces into the game.
How did we get here? And how did we not play queen g7? I am definitely shocked by the continuation in both games, Dania. And we start to see the nerves from both sides. On one side, we see Jeffrey, who took what was amazing preparation. It just didn't finish it off. That's the thing when you're playing these, 2750, 2800 players. You can't just have good prep, Dan. You have to have good prep. Then you have to put it away. Then you have to convert it. It's a whole process. You need to be perfect the entire way.
Listen, I don't like it when commentators just pin everything on nerves. I think it's more complicated than that. But in this particular instance, I think the cliche is warranted. The fact that after rook g6, king g8, Jeffrey went rook d8, helping white move the bishop, something he wanted to do anyway. That is a shockingly bad move. And in any other circumstance, Jeffrey would be blitzing queen g7 out in a matter of seconds, right? Knowing Jeffrey, that is a child's play kind of move for him. He overthought it. And as a result, he now doesn't even have a big time advantage. He's still down a pawn, and Wesley is breathing, he's living, and he's as close to winning this game as he could have imagined in his wildest dreams.
For sure. And, is this just the Wesley consistency that just coming into play all of a sudden? It's as we are expecting, where he somehow just survives every position. Because that's what it's feeling like. And I just hope that Jeffrey is not in his own head about what's happened, because if you maintain your objectivity, Black is not in a position where you need to be overly concerned. He's still fine here, but it's just the momentum. That's how chess works. You feel like your position has gotten so much worse, but if you just take your time and look at it, you are actually okay.
Yeah, no, you are okay. You're down a pawn. Queen e7 might not have been the best move. Listen, 3 results are still very much possible here with 1 minute now for both sides. This is a bullet game, but with every move, Wesley is improving. He's gotten his bishop out, attacking e6. The rook can swing to e3. I think given Jeffrey's emotional state right now, I just don't see him pulling this one out, and that would be a crying shame.
Yeah, because now it feels like he's going for the plan that would have worked without 3 to 4 of white's pieces out. At least he's going for it, but it's just not as effective, Daniel.
Yeah, and again, I always hesitate to criticize players. There's a reason they're sitting at the board and not me. So I always try to find, explanations for them doing what they do. You don't want to call things unacceptable. They're trying their best, obviously, but I'm just shocked. It's not that I'm angry at Jeffrey. I'm just shocked, Amon, and I think you are too, at the way that this has unfolded.
Mm-hmm.
I'm genuinely shocked that he didn't play queen g7.
Yeah, and even I think if not queen g7, king h8 stuck out to me as a move as well. Rook d8 just had that feeling of chasing a piece to a square it wanted to go to anyway.
Yeah, no, this is crazy. Now it's just getting worse and worse for Jeffrey. We have another trade, and after
queen
bishop
d8.
f2, queen d8. Oh,
yeah.
And it's over. You take on b7, you win another pawn on a6.
Yep.
No,
or you could take on f2 and play that endgame as well, which honestly looks worse.
Oh, man. Now Jeffrey's the one who needs a miracle. And maybe that miracle is finally going to come down the g-file. But, I mean, Wesley doesn't even have to move the rook from f2. He does. Jeffrey's still poking and prodding. Oh, this threatens mate on f8.
And the bishop.
Oh, man.
And is that just as simple as it looks? A double attack?
It is a double attack. I mean, you could argue that b7 isn't under attack, but how do you defend against mate? Jeffrey's going to let his time run out. It's over.
That is disheartening, to say the least. I don't blame Jeffrey for getting out of that chair and trying to reset his mental before he's going to go into game number 4, needing a win. That game was all about the prep. It was beautiful. He needed queen g7. And again, if not queen g7, I just think that the move rook d8 should never come to mind. For some reason, it did for Jeffrey. We're going to switch to the game, which is still in progress here, as there's lots going on in this one. But I feel so bad that Jeffrey wasn't able to convert that from what looked like tremendous prep.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I love both Wesley and Jeffrey. I'm a big fan, but you just feel for Jeffrey in these moments when you have put your blood, sweat, and tears into your preparation. It works like a charm. You look amazing, and all you really have to do is play one more accurate move, and you slip up at the finish line. Now, meanwhile, speaking of slipping up at the finish line, I think Sam Sevian has not made the most of his counterplay. Levon now has a pawn on f5 that's threatening to tear Black's kingside apart, and Sam Sevian has 1 minute to Levon's 5. +6 is the evaluation, and Amon, I don't think that's an exaggeration. The bishop's coming to e6, the rook is coming to f7, and the queen is literally trapped.
Yeah, the queen is trapped, which is incredible, but also the rook and 2 knights for Black on the queen side, they're just doing a whole lot of nothing.
Yeah, bishop e6 is on the board.
And actually, we might see the conclusion of this match right now as, yeah, Aronian, he looked like from the opening, he was ready to play this game, not just draw and go to the next round, go to the next game, rather. But Bishop e6, the problem is, even if you take it, the replacement is a pawn, which is just as dangerous, if not more so.
Yeah, this is over. This is over in the last seconds of Sam Sevian here at the CGC. To use another cliche, he's going to hold his head up high. He's going to be disappointed. Sam Sevian is one of those guys. All these players from the younger generation, they expect to beat everybody. They respect the top guys, but they want to beat him, right? They're not coming into a match like, I'm the underdog. It's okay if I lose. They're not telling themselves any of that. But with that being said, Sam Sevian with an incredible run at the CGC, he is going to be back stronger next year, and he has such a bright career ahead of him.
100%. This is a bit of a sad way to go out for Sam here, as it's just kind of a hopeless position that Aronian is one of the last guys in the world you'd want converting it against you, because he's just so precise, especially with that time advantage of 5 minutes. You feel like there's no way he's going to slip up.
Yeah, queen takes c6 is in. He's just going to send the c-pawn down the board, and the story of the game is really black's pieces on the queen side, as you said, doing a whole lot of nothing. I think rook e4 might be the most accurate to pin the knight and prepare e7. Don't go e7. Knight takes e3 would have been check.
Yeah, that's probably the last pitfall, but as soon as it's not check, I don't think
Rook
there's
f7.
any concern here.
Anything wins c7, rook f7. I think Sam, he's going to give one more check, and then he is going to resign the game. What a match for Levon Aronian. Speaking of consistency, I think a lot of people just kind of take Levon Aronian for granted, but the guy just shows up, tournament in and tournament out. Out.
Yeah. No, this has been really, really impressive, because he's taking out someone who, Sam Sevian, he's taking out Titans on his way here. We're in the round of 16, and nobody gets here without without taking out some huge names, and he's done exactly that. Honestly, it does bring a smile to my face when I see someone so enthusiastic and happy about a result, and it was nice to see a little childlike jubilation there from Lev Aronian as he gets the win.
Chess players, they're restrained, they're respectful, but when you win a match as big as this one, I think we can all forgive Levon Aronian a little show of emotion. Levon wins his match. Jeffrey Xiong, shockingly, he fails to deliver on some amazing preparation, and now he is in a must-win situation. He needs to repeat his successful performance from Game 2 to force an Armageddon. So we will be watching the Jeffrey Xiong Wesley So Game 4 so very intently. And before we go on break and set them up, we want to remind you that the Chess.com Global Championship is brought to you by Brave. Brave means private browsing and so much more. By default, Brave blocks ads and trackers on every page and video you visit, even on YouTube. No ads means up to 3 times faster page loads, faster streaming, and faster playback. It means 35% longer battery life while saving on mobile data and internet bandwidth for Android, iOS, and desktop. Get the best browser for gamers, streamers, and creators. Switch in 60 seconds at brave.com/chess. Well, the Chess.com Global Championship presented by Brave will be back with Game 4 of the Wesley So versus Jeffrey Xiong match here at the round of 16 on the other side of this short break. Stay tuned.
open to anyone, all around the world.
Oh my gosh.
The Chess.com Global Championship offers the dream of playing against the best.
We are in for a wild ride.
And hey, have we mentioned there's also $1 million at stake?
The total pot is $1 million.
No, that is not a typo. The prizes are unbelievably generous.
We began with thousands of players. Now only dozens remain.
What a move by Timur. It's over. He's going to live to tell the tale.
And that is enough to take victory in this Armageddon game, Danya.
The CGC knockout phase has arrived. There are those who played their way in, and some are here thanks to their well-earned reputations. No matter who you are, things are about to get very, very real.
Oh my
What a
goodness. Massive congratulations to Sam Sevian.
A trip to the CGC finals and a clean shot at the largest first place prize of the year. My friends, it's the CGC round of 16. Who will take the next step to Toronto?
Welcome back to the Chess.com Global Championship presented by Brave. We see here the round of 16 bracket with one of the matches already decided. Levon Aronian is officially on to Toronto. Grandmaster Ramon Hambleton, your thoughts on what we see here and what we've seen so far today?
Well, I think it's really easy to focus on Sevian and just how impressive it's been that he's been here, who he's taken out along the way. And I just want to make sure that enough credit has been, due credit has been given to Aronian, because it's almost like we expect him to be here. But still, he's made it to the round of 16, and he also made it fairly effortlessly on to Toronto, right? He's qualified and played such an amazing match, and honestly, he was done in 3 games, which is not easy to do against anyone in this field. So, really impressive match from Aronian. We have one more match in progress, one more game to potentially decide between Wesley So and Jeffrey Xiong. Obviously, a must-win game here for Jeffrey.
A must-win game, and the psychological undercurrent of this game cannot be overstated. As we look at their matchup card, Jeffrey Xiong, he's down in their head-to-head matchup, but this match was going really well for him. He won the second game. He demonstrated some incredible preparation in game 3, and then the unthinkable happened. It's not like Wesley pulled out a miracle draw. He won that game, and now Jeffrey has the white pieces. He's got tons of great preparation up his sleeve, and he has to find a way not to feel discouraged, push that away from him, and just full steam ahead, demonstrate some good preparation. All of that, Amon, is so much easier said than done.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see the players right here. I mean, Wesley is just that guy that just doesn't go away easily. And that is one of the hallmark, trademark qualities of these top players, Danya, is in order to beat them, you need to be perfect from start to finish. You can't let up at any point. Jeffrey had a damn near perfect opening, but right when he needed just that one, maybe 2 more moves of accurate play, he couldn't quite produce it. And Wesley was right there with the defensive answer. They're so resilient, and they just never die.
They never die, and we have a 4-night scotch. Jeffrey Xiong is going to need Wesley So to die in this game. So they're going down a very old school line. We saw this a lot from Grandmaster David Paravian. If you were watching the RCC. Now, this opening, the 4-night scotch, it's been around for many decades. It flared up in popularity around 2010. Vladimir Kramnik was playing it. You had a lot of GMs who were playing it, but then it sort of withered away because I think Black has so many ways to equalize in this position that most people moved on to other things like the Ruy Lopez and the Italian. But Jeffrey Xiong, that makes me even more intrigued, Amon, as to what he has up his sleeve in this position.
Exactly, because one of the most dangerous things that you can do is take an old position and introduce a new idea. Because a lot of people will just think that that line or that position is dead, that there's nothing more to add to it, that there's nothing to worry about. There's sort of an accepted view, that, it's a draw or it's totally equal. But when you introduce more modern computers and deeper preparation and analysis, you might take a position that was previously thought to be a draw and just say, oh, okay, it's equal, but there's actually a lot of play here. And that's what this opening is. It's equal. I don't think you can change the evaluation, but you can bring new ideas in and challenge your opponent.
And, we've talked about this so many times before as Wesley executes a relatively rare move, knight f6 to d7. The knight is aiming for either c5 or e5. This move actually makes a lot of sense when you look at it. But to the point that we've been making quite frequently, at this point, everything has been discovered. You're not going to discover any new islands. You're not going to discover a treasure chest at the bottom of the ocean. So you're basically aiming with the white pieces for positions that might be objectively equal, but in which you feel more comfortable. A lot of people struggle with this concept. The eval might be 0.0, but if you've analyzed the position more deeply than your opponent, you know all the ideas, you know the territory, it might be equal on paper, right? But the actual evaluation objectively, practically speaking, has very little to do with equality. Let's see if this game will belong to that category. Rook f to e1 by Jeffrey, contesting the e-file, stopping knight c5, stopping knight e5, but now the knight jumps into c5. Black threatens to engineer a very favorable trade, Aman.
Yeah, and of course he wants to engineer a favorable trade, but also just engineering trades is sometimes enough in this position because, as this gets closer and closer to an endgame, it's not like white has an overwhelming edge. It's not like the structure is that much better. If you want to take a pawn structure here, I think you do take white. Obviously, if you look at the pawn islands here and count them up, we'll see 3 for black and 2 for white. Those are when the pawns are disconnected. For example, we count the a7 pawn as its own island, whereas white has 3 pawns together on either side of the board and only has 2 pawn islands. So from that perspective, yes, I prefer white's position, but that's about it, Danya, because knight on c5, such an active piece. We've already seen a trade of rooks. The bishop just needs to develop, and black's rook will get into the game from a8. So I think it's been interesting that I thought it was going to be Jeffrey who's going to try to bring a new idea in. And while it's not maybe a new idea, certainly knight d7 from Wesley is a little bit less common than some of the main plans.
But let me take the opposite side here. White does have a very strong positional threat. White wants to play the move a3. So let's put a sample line on the board. Let's say black plays bishop b6. Looks like a pretty standard developing move. Well, after a3, black is in trouble because you can't drop back to a5 and walk into the fork. You have to take on c3, and this trade is most certainly not favorable for black. White gets the bishop pair. You need your dark squared bishop here. Aman, I think you'll co-sign this point, to defend important squares in your position. You can't just delegate the defensive task to the queen. The queen needs to do, greater and more important things than just defend the c6 pawn. So Wesley has to decide on a move that will, whatever it does, somehow take the sting out of a3, and that's actually not that easy to do.
Yeah, I think the knight might need to move again. At least I look at the move knight potentially to e6 as a square. It does hit the bishop. Certainly that bishop will be just protected. Maybe bishop g3, even h2. But yeah, bishop back to g3. And don't forget that bishop, some players do, so I issue a reminder, covers the b8 square. Rook b8 is such a natural move for black, but with the bishop on that diagonal, suddenly a lot more is required. Black needs to move the bishop, then the queen, and then play rook e8 to have what seems to be the next most operative file.
Yeah, I think knight e6 might actually be the only viable move in this position. That sounds crazy, but how else are you going to untangle your pieces? Bishop a5 by Wesley. I thought about that briefly, but something felt wrong about this move. I can't put my finger on what it is. Maybe the eval bar can help me put my finger on what it is. What do you think it is, Aman? Do you share my coldness, let's say, toward this move? Intuitively.
I do. Knight e6 intuitively felt more natural. That it makes way for that bishop on the f8, a3 diagonal to move backwards. Not that you need to do it right away, but that if something like a3 happened, you had an answer. Notice how white's bishop is tucked away on f1. Black's could do the same on f8. So I like knight e6. That being said, bishop on a5, it's like, it just feels wrong, right? As you're saying, b4, right? That's the obvious move. Knight takes d5. There's a combination of threats here that I think black has an answer for, but it's going to be probably slightly worse.
Well, knight takes d5 has to be calculated first and foremost, because if that works, Black's going to be in massive trouble. So let's bring up an analysis board without further delay. Amon, you can take the lead on this. Take, takes, takes. This is a fork. I think Wesley is relying on knight b7, but doesn't white have bishop a6 here? Doesn't this look scary for black?
Absolutely. Yeah. Bishop a6, bishop b5, c6, rook comes to d1, and you don't even need to win material back right away. I think you can play this down material and it still be good. Black can't develop. Bishop on c8 stuck. Rook on a8 stuck. It's such a challenging position that even if the queens were potentially not on the board in this position, maybe white is still doing okay.
Yeah, that's always a bad sign. Speaking of regaining material, I agree that in principle I can play this down a piece and be fine, but I actually don't see a way for black to preserve both the knight and the a5 bishop at the same time. If you play queen e7, this is the most sort of pedestrian move. It also might be black's best move. White takes on b7, and you can see the eval bar dropping. You're probably right. The best move is probably like rook d1 here to keep attention. But, worst comes to worst. White can go for this position and then meet queen e4 with queen g5 with, significant winning chances. And speaking of significant winning chances, knight takes d5 is on the board.
That's a quick decision, by the way. So that kind of tells me that not only was his intuition screaming knight d5, but he might have seen this idea, maybe not this exact position, but he might have seen this idea in this line before, because the whole point of knight d7, knight c5 that Wesley's done might be that often knight takes d5 move exposes it.
Holy cannoli. Bishop a6 on the board, 12 minutes on Jeffrey's clock. I will be honest here, this is an uncharacteristic oversight by Wesley. To give white this level of activity and a chance this golden right out of the gates is rare for Wesley. But Jeffrey, he might have the memory of the previous game haunting him right about now, right? This is the similar situation where he's got to be accurate. He's got to keep his foot on the gas pedal. He didn't do that in the last game. So, he's got to push all of that aside. And now his life is on the line.
Yep. Yeah, that's a great point. Remember one thing, though. We've seen this before. I don't want to cast a shadow over the board, but what we've seen in the previous game was great prep from Jeffrey. I think we've seen something similar. However, if you take the line that you mentioned, bishop b7, bishop takes, queen takes a5, queen e4, and queen g5 by white, I think that's a situation where, yes, Jeffrey is doing well there, but black is ready to take on c2 and its opposite bishops. I don't know if that's enough in my head for me to be like, okay, I'm going to play that. And in a must-win game, I feel confident that I can beat Wesley there.
Great point. I think these thoughts are going through Jeffrey's head. If you didn't have a must-win situation, if this was their U.S. championship game, right, high probability he takes on b7. Hey, risk-free position. You're up a bond against Wesley for 2 results. What could be better than that? Here, there's a different set of considerations that the players have to factor in. You have to win, and I'm totally on the same page with you. Opposite colored bishop endgame. Wesley saves those most of the time. So I think there's a high probability we get rook d1. He waits for me to say that, and then he takes on b7.
Yeah.
As always.
Why would he? You wanted to make sure that you would say something that he could immediately disprove and contradict.
Exactly.
So,
exactly. Okay, bishop takes b7 is forced, by the way. Queen b7, queen a5 threatens a mate on d8, and white keeps both of his extra pawns.
Although there is a think here, and I think it's more of a theatrical think.
Yeah. Okay, there we go. And we're going to see queen e4, queen g5, and queen takes c2. That's going to be on the board. Can Jeffrey squeeze that position out? It's going to be a Herculean task.
Wesley keeps he moves and then he kind of gets up from his seat. And, in a tournament, an OTB tournament, obviously everyone is in the same area and there's approved areas you can walk. So I'm just thinking of course, I would find it funny to imagine the Chess.com fair play cameras following him like the Maury show or something and just through the house.
Right.
But he's, got into this line. There we go. Queen g5. c2 is hanging. Is this enough? It's better. He's got an extra pawn, but the bishop is so good on b7. And also from Wesley's perspective, so much has simplified. like on the board, just material-wise, things have simplified, but also for his calculation and what he has to go through and calculate every single move. There's only like a couple threats white and black can make here. It's really just going to be a technical task down to the end game.
And one of the big questions here is who benefits in the event of a queen trade. I think it depends on the placement of the rook and bishop. We want to remind you that an opposite colored bishop endgames with an additional pair of rooks on the board adds a lot of life to the position, right? You could argue that with the rooks off the board, black's drawing chances are immense. With the rooks on the board, if you take on g6 and get a rook to c7, that's a very enticing option right about now. In fact, you have to go for that because you can't move your queen anywhere. You get mated on g2. So a queen trade at this point is inevitable. And in the resulting position, the big question is going to be, can black keep his a-pawn alive? If white wins the a-pawn I'm on with connected passers on the queen side, that would be winning most likely even with the rooks off the board.
That's right. That's right. I think at this point, black, after the queen trade, wants to put the bishop on a different diagonal, like bishop d5, bishop e6, like a nice anchor square. Maybe push the a-pawn, a5, a4, and go from there, because that's about as solid as you're going to get with black.
Yeah, you got to make the most out of a difficult situation. By the way, Jeffrey's trying to decide whether he wants to trade first or play rook c7. A lot of people would say, who cares? Just choose one at random. But when you're trying to squeeze a position like this out against a super GM, every little detail counts. So do you want to help black get luft for his king, but on the flip side, you double his pawns? It's a complicated question. I think the options are approximately equivalent, Amon, but you can't blame Jeffrey for taking his time here.
No. It's like, the thing is, you can take the queen, you can allow the trade, but I actually think Jeffrey is thinking much more than that. Like, he's not just like, oh, should I take the queen or not? He's probably diving in at this point to what happens after rook c7. Do I have a way, I don't know, that I can force black to be in a passive position? So I believe that at this point, Jeffrey is probably diving into considerations far beyond how the queens get traded.
No, that's totally fair. I think that's exactly what he's doing. But as in the last game, things started going wrong when he took, 7 or 8 minutes and then didn't play queen g6, ironically, or queen g7. This time, the last move of the game was queen g6. So Jeffrey has to leave himself with a good amount of time. Yes, it's a simple end game. Yes, you can make a lot of moves fast. But again, you never want things to get into a time scramble. Wesley will find a way to complicate the game if a time scramble indeed happens.
Yep. So after queen g6, time being spent, and honestly, if you know how you're going to trade the queens, probably just do it and then spend the time. Because, I don't know, you sometimes just don't necessarily expect the right things from your opponent, and there's always this situation that happens, Daniel, when you get into these more technical endgames or positions that require conversion like this. If you spend a lot of time calculating one line or two lines, you forget that, in this position, while let's say bishop c8 might not be the best move, or bishop a6 might not be the best move, they're probably not mistakes. And if you spend your whole time calculating a different move and Wesley just plays rook c8 or bishop c8, and it's just like, you can't calculate everything. This is more about technique and just kind of general understanding. So you just got to trust yourself.
It's a huge sunk cost if you spend all your time calculating one move the opponent makes another. We've all been there. And it's tremendously frustrating. Now, I will say that I think this game's going to end in a draw. If I had to predict a result, I think Wesley's going to hold this together. But it's one of those positions where Jeffrey could torture him for 20, 30 moves. And at some point, one little mistake can lead to immediate disaster. So this is by no means a dead draw. Nobody's offering a try yet. Nobody's signing the score sheets. This game is going to go on for a while.
B4, such a slight advantage. And once again, I always caution for people watching in the chat right now, watching around the world, be careful of looking at eval bar too much in situations like this. The eval bar just won't appreciate the pressure that Jeffrey can put on in this position. It looks like it's so slightly better, like it doesn't even matter. But this game is either going to be dead drawn or completely winning. There's not really an in-between where white sort of increases the advantage a little bit. No, if white increases the advantage in a significant amount, it's probably going to be a winning advantage.
Yeah, no, that's a great way to put it. I would also add, you might think, well, Jeffrey's got all the pressure, right? Wesley has nothing to lose because even if he loses, he'll have a chance in the Armageddon. That's not what he's thinking, right? He's not thinking, it's okay to lose this because I'll get another chance. Armageddon sounds like the most unpalatable option right now, especially given the miracle that Wesley pulled off in the last game. He doesn't want this match to drag on. He's got a big chance to draw this. So in Wesley's mind, this is almost as much of a must draw as it is a must win for Jeffrey. Sounds crazy, but Aman, I think you can back me up on this.
Yeah, and especially the way Armageddons have gone, you just don't want to be in that situation against anyone, really. I think the situation favors Jeffrey. I think the players probably both know that going into it. And I think it's also a bit obvious in the sense that the more close the match is, the more you get it down to a coin flip scenario where it's just one game, one result. Then the bidding gets involved. I think that's a process where, hey, Wesley, so the guy's got chess figured out, but arguably you don't quite have this bidding process down to a science just yet. So there's just room for error, and things are not guaranteed at all when you get to that stage.
Indeed, they're absolutely not. And Wesley tries to guarantee that the pawn will not make it past b5 if he can keep this construction intact and he can prevent white from, shenanigans on the king side. That's how Wesley wants to draw the game. But bishop c5 is coming next. You can't really stop white from putting a rook on the 7th rank. So these bishop f8 ideas, Aman, are more than just gimmicks. Black wants to make sure that he is ready to drop the king back to g8 on demand when Jeffrey has put that construction together.
Yep. And the move h4 stops g5 from black, and then the king would be able to sit nicely on g6. So h4, I think, was absolutely the right idea from Jeffrey. He's got his passed pawn. He's got his rook down there. Bishop's covering f2. You feel like things are more or less maximized with a lot of Jeffrey's pieces. So I'm wondering how to improve things. Bishop c5 looks like a nice way of freeing up the rook. That way the white rook is free to roam, do whatever it wants, make its own threats. So I do think the bishop belongs on the c5 square. And finally, the king. The king on h2 is a piece that if white can use effectively, that'll be the difference, Daniel. You take that king, you go king g3, king f4, king e4, king d4, right into the center of the board, and that piece is going to help win the game on the spot and escort that pawn down the board.
You said the rook will be free to roam. Are you sure you didn't mean free to Venice? Or maybe free to Florence? Okay, now that we've gotten that out of the way,
in the chat.
Yeah, that will be a hit of hits. That's actually the only thing they'll be able to talk about for the rest of the time, the rest of the game. I actually think that is white's only winning idea. Might be an extreme statement. Maybe Jeffrey can try bishop c5, bishop f8. Wesley's not going to miss any one-move threats. Mm-hmm. I think you got to close your eyes and run your king to the center at all costs, even if it means giving up one of your kingside pawns. The problem, you can't give up all three of your pawns because then black can say, congratulations, you've made me give my bishop away for the pawn, but white's not going to win a rook, bishop, and 3 against rook. Wesley's going to hold even a rook and bishop against rook. No question about that.
Yeah. The only other plan that I can see worth trying here is pawn to g4 and pawn to g5. And the reason I would consider that is that I want to loosen up that f6 pawn, either get black to take or play f5. If I can get either of those, then we'll see the idea of rook b7 and bishop d4.
I miss this idea. You are the Jeffrey Whisperer. I thought he had to bring his king up. I agree. Now that you mention this, I can see what you're saying. G5, open the diagonal. That G7 pawn is the linchpin of black's entire kingside structure. If that pawn goes, the entire kingside goes.
Yeah. Yeah, I really like g5 because if you imagine f takes g5, h takes g5, white gets this great position where the black king is totally stuck, completely trapped on h7, and then the king just marches to the middle of the board. Black's pawns can't move. I think it might just be lost.
Chat's going crazy, by the way, as predicted. And g5 is on the board. And Wesley is in big trouble. He might have wanted to somehow prevent this move from happening. Now that it's on the board, how is he going to stop this whole bishop d4 business? I agree. Yep. If he has to play FG, my assessment of the position will shift from most likely to be a draw to most likely to be a win for Jeffrey.
And what about, I'm not sure, rook b6?
Ooh.
Yeah, I feel like rook b6. Just bishop d4 feels a little loose. And I see rook h1 coming, and rook g1 and all this. And if I attack the f-pawn, then I feel like I'm solving some of those problems, but not too sure. It really needs some calculation here.
Yeah, and I think what Wesley's trying to rely on as Jeffrey drops to 4 minutes, b5 is the sort of ideal move, right? You want to bring your pawn up to b6, but after b5, you have to calculate, if we bring up an analysis board real fast, as you were saying, check, check. You got to go to f4, and now the rook drops back to h1, threatening to take on h4. If you close your eyes and push, Black's going to say, okay, I'm taking it, and now I'm stopping your pawn on b6. I can still hold the b7 square. So White has to find some move here, and I don't know exactly what that move is. If you move back to the g file, I keep checking you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, what I wanted to do was rook b6. So b5 is for sure a move that needs calculation, as you said. But rook b6 first hits the f-pawn, and then if we get in the same situation where you give me check, and then at least now I can consider taking, I thought, with king e5.
So rook h4, and the king makes its way past the danger zone. Even you can do something like, even king g3, by the way.
Right.
With the king side now wide open, you're not really afraid of the checks any longer. And this is rook d6, rook d7 is coming.
So I'm quite optimistic for Jeffrey, but he needs to commit to a plan right now, and I know why he's spending time. I think this is a most critical decision he's going to need to make. Understood completely. He doesn't know whether to play b5, to play bishop d4, to play rook b6, and I think it's between b5 and rook b6, because bishop d4, Dania, that move just feels too loose to me.
It is
the bishop on undefended square. I'm not a fan of it.
I agree, and then the f2 pawn could get weak. But 2 minutes on the clock, Jeffrey's going all in. This is the equivalent of Jeffrey literally just pushing all of his chips into the center of the table and saying, either I find a winning approach here, or, I can see the draw, because he's going to have very limited time to convert. He believes that if he finds the right approach, he's going to be able to play the rest of the moves relatively quickly. And that's reasonable, Amon, because of how few pieces are on the board. If he can isolate that g7 pawn, attacking it is going to be pretty straightforward. You could basically do it with pre-moves, but this is such a dangerous approach. I still have no idea how this game is going to end.
I feel like my instinct is rook b6. Like I don't like the idea of my king getting to f4 and the pawn staying on f6, so that I'm like sort of boxed in, and then rook h1. I can't deal with that threat. So I would go rook b6, Dania.
And so would Jeffrey. I wonder what you would have played him on. What is that, rook b6?
It's whatever move Jeffrey plays. We're on the same page.
You are on the same page. And what page is Wesley on? Well, he better be on a page that involves defending f6, which is technically not currently under attack. What is Jeffrey's move if Wesley just passes? What do you think? Is it now bishop d4? Is it gf and bishop d4? How are you following this up?
Right. I think actually king g3, king f4 is probably what I would want to do.
Improving slowly. I would consider the same for Wesley, king g8, king f7. Try to solidify f6 with everything you got.
Yeah, good point. Good point.
I don't know.
It might need to be bishop d4. At least now there's a real threat on f6. It's not just pretend. But bishop d4 would actually threaten to take.
And ideal scenario for Jeffrey is Wesley taking 2-3 minutes here. In a time scramble, I think Black's position is virtually indefensible. You need at least 15-20 seconds per move to react to new challenges here as Black. So Wesley, he's going to have to take a risk here and trust his intuition. He won't be able to calculate his way out of this completely.
That's right. Yeah, this is a really intense endgame here. Let's not forget what's at stake here. It's 2-1 in the match for Wesley. It's a 4-game match, so Jeffrey needs to win in order to push this to an Armageddon tiebreak. and have a shot at Toronto. And Wesley, conversely, only needs a draw. Of course, a win would suffice, but he's down a pawn, and he only needs a draw against Jeffrey here to punch his ticket.
Wait a minute. Isn't there... He goes f5. That's a huge move. There's h5, but that's met with rook h1 check. So Jeffrey just calmly improves his position. I think this is winning now. I mean, he's going to adopt your plan. He's got a pathway to e5, and he's got this huge weakness on g7. And guess what? He doesn't even care about the h4 pawn anymore. Take it. I got all the pawns I need on the king side, and they're protected by my bishop.
Yeah. Yeah, this is interesting because I'm really tempted to try to almost like trap that rook on the h-file somehow, but, you know, moves like bishop f4. But I wonder how quickly this pawn can advance, because don't forget, that rook has got to take the long way around.
We have MVL, Maxima Shelagrav, in the chat. Welcome, MVL. Hope you're enjoying the show. And Jeffrey putting on a show in this endgame. The pawns reached b5. And you know what other idea seems terrifying? Something like king e6 and bishop e5. I think this is getting completely out of control for Wesley.
It is, because there's no... The black pawns are not moving. And if you go back to that move, you think in your head, remember when those queens exchanged and the pawns doubled on g6? That was so much better for white than allowing the trade and black's pawns to just be untouched.
The one thing I'd point out, black's king is stalemated, so you have ideas of giving up your f-pawn, and if you can find a way to give up your bishop, maybe a renegade rook situation. The problem is, even if you go bishop a8, white is under zero obligation to give that away. The bishop is one of the hardest pieces to give away by force. So
exactly.
I'm pretty pessimistic about stalemate ideas here. Jeffrey is handling this like a champ, even though he's under a minute on the clock, but he's got to continue keeping the foot on the gas pedal. You just know that Wesley's going to keep finding tricks here.
You do, and you also know that Jeffrey, you know, he's never had a bigger game face on. I mean, he looks focused. He's calculating at, you know, a faster speed than ever before, and he's going to need to, because he's got 43 seconds and everything to play for in front of him.
Indeed, and bishop e3 is the last move. It's on the board. He's got so many ideas. Bishop d4, bishop c5. He's basically keeping black guessing, right? And that's the terrifying thing about defending this with black, is the abundance of ideas that white has. There's the b-pawn, there's the king, there's the bishop, there's a rook that could move to the 7th rank. Can black hold everything together at the same time? I think the eval bar says the answer is no, but maybe white's clock is going to present us with a different story.
Yeah, f4, very tricky, but bishop d4 is so nice that you know, if rook b5 check, then you can consider just taking on f4. But for now, bishop d4 centralized. It's still guarding f2. It's still guarding b6, and it's even hitting g7 now.
It is. And rook b5 check. Move the king to e6. Do not play king d6 and walk into the fork on d5. In time pressure, Amon, absolutely anything is possible. Your fingers feel like thumbs. Your brain is all over the place. You just know the players. Their hearts are beating a million times a second right now.
Yep. No, 100%. Wesley is hunting for that trick. He's probably many, many moves deep down a bunch of lines, because Wesley's strong enough to know objectively he's probably lost.
Yes.
So he's, you know, that head shake is, I know I'm lost, which means you're going to see a very strong player get very creative in a couple seconds here.
And this is a calling card of all top GMs. They just all know how to find that one trick, that one move, which sows doubt in your mind. But I don't see that trick. Bishop g2 by Wesley. He's going to try to bleed white's clock down below 30 seconds. How does Jeffrey, what's the finishing touch here? Is it rook c8, rook c7? Is it moving the bishop somewhere? What's that last killer move here? 25 seconds for Jeffrey. Rook f8, great move.
And even something as simple as rook takes f4 can be played, because there truly is no rush.
And then king d6, king c7 maybe. And rook f7 is on deck as well. No, it's... The problem is also rook trade.
Pawn to f3 is so bad for black, right? You keep that pawn, and it's like, if black goes f3 himself, you block the bishop.
Yeah, it closes the bishop off, and then king d6, king c7 is a no-brainer. Rook a4 by Wesley. breathing his last breaths here, doing his best. Big moment here. Rook takes f4, rook a5. Don't go king d6. Actually, you could go king d6.
You can, yeah. In fact, I was thinking that is the move.
That is the move. The bishop is defended. That's why you took on f4. He's got king e6, though.
I think he wants, I thought it was rook f7 maybe he was thinking, but I was going to say that's a blunder check, right? With bishop d5.
Oh! And bishop e5, same kind of move like f3. In fact, Amon, if you go f3 on the next move, the pawn is literally uncontested. You could move it through to promotion.
So it has to be like bishop b7 now or something.
You got to do that. But then the rook, then rook f7 is crushing. Because you don't have bishop d5. You don't have stalemate ideas any longer because the g-pawns are free to move once you move the rook away from g5. No, I think this is over. I think this one's over.
So maybe bishop, I'm trying to put so bishop c6?
King h6 is his move. What if you go f3 here? 2 seconds, no move!
Oh my god. I was looking at rook h4 check and trying to get that to work.
He's gone rook f7. Again, remember bishop d5, no longer possible. The bishop is intercepting the rook.
3.8 seconds d7. And not much increment. Less than 20 for Wesley, so...
He takes it.
What a decision.
Yeah, and that's over because he's going to keep his f-pawn alive. And black is not going to be able to stop the king from marching to c7. That's it. That's game.
Yep, that's game.
Oh, he pre-moved it.
Yeah, that's smart.
Savage.
King d6, bishop g3, and he knows that's a win.
Oh my lands. Jeffrey Xiong wins a second game on demand to pull it out in that endgame, Amon. This is hats off big time, no matter how this match ends.
So incredible by Jeffrey there. We've seen it once in this match with the white pieces. He did it twice. Like, beating Wesley on demand is one thing, but you see how the match score goes. Win for Wesley, win for Jeffrey, win for Wesley, win for Jeffrey. To do that twice, winning when he needed to bring this match back to level is so incredible, and he is giving himself a chance to fight for a spot in Toronto in Armageddon, Daniel.
Yeah, that is just unbelievable nerves. He had 30 seconds to win that endgame, and he didn't just, it wasn't up and down, topsy-turvy. It was smooth all the way. That idea to induce weaknesses on the king side, this is going to go straight into the endgame textbooks, but we have the cherry on top, an Armageddon game to determine who flies to Toronto in November. Is it Wesley or is it Jeffrey? You're watching the Chess.com Global Championship presented by Brave. We will get the players' bids, and we will be back with the decisive Armageddon game on the other side of this short break.
Open to anyone, all around the world.
Oh my gosh.
The Chess.com Global Championship offers the dream of playing against the best.
We are in for a wild ride.
And hey, have we mentioned there's also $1 million at stake?
The total pot is $1 million.
No, that is not a typo. The prizes are unbelievably generous.
We began with thousands of players. Now only dozens remain.
What a move by Timur. It's over. He's going to live to tell the tale.
And that is enough to take victory in this Armageddon game, Danya.
The CGC knockout phase has arrived. There are those who played their way in, and some are here thanks to their well-earned reputations. No matter who you are, things are about to get very, very real.
Oh my
What a
goodness. Massive congratulations to Sam Sevian.
A trip to the CGC finals and a clean shot at the largest first place prize of the year. My friends, it's the CGC round of 16. Who will take the next step to Toronto?
Welcome back to the Chess.com Global Championship presented by Brave. In front of you are numbers, dollar signs. They're pretty high numbers, and they are the prizes for the inaugural CGC with a $200,000 purse for first place. Amon Hamilton, as if these players needed anything else to fight for. This is a pretty insane sum of money, even for over the board, even for top level over the board chess. This is serious.
It really is. I mean, just having a look, the players who are in the round of 16 right now, that's how much money they're already getting. I mean, everything else is on top of that. And with $1 million in total prizes, I mean, this is such an exciting tournament to watch. Hopefully, Danya, this is like a bit of a precedent set for these types of events in the future.
Absolutely. I mean, it is the gold standard. And as we pointed out before, we can see how much effort the players are putting into every single move. Speaking of effort, the Wesley So Jeffrey Xiong match is about to start an Armageddon game. An Armageddon game is by definition decisive. Black starts with less time, but with draw odds. So if the game ends in a draw, then Black wins the match. But round of 16 bracket in front of you right there, Levon Aronian, the only one who is guaranteed a trip to Toronto. Will he be joined by Jeffrey or by Wesley? We are about to find out as we look at them on camera, look at those focused faces. They know that what's about to come is one of the biggest games of, honestly, both of their careers. Let's just call a spade a spade. This is huge.
It is, and you can't sugarcoat that at all. I'm also looking at the bids there, which was so interesting. 11-minute bid for Wesley So. 11 minutes and 3 seconds for Jeffrey. You know, it's like you imagine what you're focused on. You're like, oh yeah, I'll take the black pieces with it. And then you find out, oh, actually my opponent got the black pieces and he only bid 3 seconds less than me. You start to regret, oh, if only I had done it differently. However, it is what it is. You know, it's been decided that Wesley with the lower bid will get the black pieces. 11 minutes. Jeffrey gets the white pieces with 15 minutes, but if the game ends in a draw, actually that means that Wesley's going to win the match. Danya, what do you make of that? Because every game has been a win thus far.
Yeah, every game's been a win for white. Wesley's going to have to buck that trend. As with most Armageddons, the opening phase is going to be especially important. You can't, weasel your way out of a bad position when you're already starting 4 minutes down on the clock. So Wesley's going to have to pull out his A game. He might have to do something that surprises Jeffrey, but Jeffrey's preparation has been filigree. It's been insane, this match. And here we go, a Petrov. And if Jeffrey wanted to, he could play knight c3 and get this into a 4-knight scotch, but he's decided to go along with the Petrov. And I'm on knight c3, one of the most fashionable, one of the most reputable lines of the Petrov.
Yeah, and you talk about an opening that has got to be, if you think of like the openings and your decision to play them being on like a weighted scale, I feel like the Petrov just shoots up as soon as Armageddon's in play, because that opening is, first of all, totally symmetrical right from the start, offers great drawing chances to black, and it's really just, it's got to be the bane of some players' existences playing against the Petrov and trying to find an advantage.
No, it's crazy. Jeffrey will have to pull out something big. He's castled queenside. From that perspective, this is exactly what you want in an Armageddon game. Opposite side castling, and it's going to be a pawn race on both sides. I've seen Black go c5 and queen a5 here to try to jumpstart his attack. Jeffrey is not mincing his words on the king side. He goes h4 and rook d1. I wonder what he's up to, Amon. Maybe he wants knight h2 and g4.
Yeah, it must. No, I think he's looking for trades, maybe an endgame. I think
it's like a queenside play, honestly. Maybe something positional. I don't know. He's not looking for f3, g4 and tearing Black's throat out on the king side.
Well, Daniel, I wonder. The chat, there was a chat poll prediction. Wesley so slightly favored at 53% according to the chat. Do you think that looking at the position now, anybody is thinking, I might want to switch sides? Because this is looking like, for an Armageddon, when you've got that huge time advantage to start things off, Wesley's already under 10 minutes. Do you think the chat feels the same way with this attack coming?
He's already under 10 minutes, and I could easily see somebody spend 4 or 5 minutes on one of these positions. Maybe this position, maybe in a move or two, because guess what? F3, G4, H5, all of that is coming incredibly fast. And once white plays F3 and G4, the knight could also jump into F5 to add a little bit of Tabasco sauce to this attack. So Wesley better start the engine on the queen side. But Amon, it's hard to start the engine because C5 is met with bishop B5. That's the genius of the knight's placement on D4. This is tricky for Black.
Yeah, and the plan is so obvious, right? F3, G4. I mean, this stuff is easy to play. Jeffrey spent 30 seconds. Wesley has spent 2 minutes and counting. That's not the time management that you need. I mean, that's just not the time management that's acceptable for the situation that Wesley's in. He's the one that chose 11 minutes. He's the one that's down 4 minutes to start. You cannot be spending this much time this early.
No, but he doesn't know what to do. I mean, queen a4 is a move that crossed my radar, but white is going to defend with king b1. And what's going to be the follow-up? Bishop h5 is Wesley's choice. He tries to take the sting out of f3. White can play that anyway, but also you're weakening the f5 square, and knight f5 should be a serious candidate move, or maybe even the immediate g4.
Yeah, I was looking at bishop f5 and g4, and I think Black must meet that with queen a4 and queenside play, because otherwise bishop f5, g4, and h5 looks nearly decisive.
It is. No, queen a4 is a critical resource by Black. I think king b1 is very much up Jeffrey's alley, but given the sense of urgency he's feeling, I'm expecting something on the king side, probably f3, maybe a general improving move like bishop f4 to g5, something to solidify his dominance over the king side.
Yep, indeed. This is a big moment here, because I feel like if Wesley's in a situation where he needs to invest a minute, 2 minutes on a single move, then the move is worth it for Jeffrey. And if he just creates a complicated position here, I'm not sure that Wesley's going to be able to navigate things quick enough. So Jeffrey, laser focused, you can see there.
Yeah.
Those eyes are just calculating probably 5-6 moves down the line right now. He's looking for something other than, the king b1s of the world. He's got that move. He knows it's decent. And I can't believe that Wesley's got up in an Armageddon game.
He's gotten up, and maybe this is what helps him keep his nerves in check. But this is the dangerous approach by Wesley. Every second is golden, and we're not exaggerating at this point. One more thing, Amon, I remind people of this every single Armageddon. There is no increment, which means situations where you get an equal rook endgame and you've got 30 seconds, you're losing. So Wesley actually has to keep that in mind as well. And he's got to keep enough time on the clock to, for example, be able to draw an equal endgame.
Yep. No, that's a great point. No increment does mean that, hey, if you want to even take the game that we had in game 4, and you imagine you have an opposite bishop position and equal pawns, well, sorry, but Jeffrey's just going to win that. He's going to flag you. And we've seen flags happen in some Armageddon games thus far. There's a reason why that's part of the game. If you're going to bid 4 minutes less than your opponent, then you better be prepared to be flagged in, an even rook or bishop endgame.
Yeah, no, totally. And for Jeffrey, that's why it's so important to keep that time advantage, which is now down to 3 minutes. So what exactly is he trying to decide between? I think f3 must be one of the main candidate moves. I mean, it's so natural. You want to play g4. I'm also almost positive that he's probably calculating the immediate g4. The problem with that move is, my guess is that black is going to take back with a bishop, because knight takes g4 runs into bishop f5, which is actually a fork.
Yeah, that's a good point. And Jeffrey's really investing some time here. And the reason is simple, that I think he sniffs something out. He doesn't feel good about that move bishop to h5. And I got to be honest with you, I don't either. The f5 square is screaming. Two different pieces want to go there. Knight f5, bishop f5, f3, king b1, g4. He's got the situation where he's got too many options. Like
g4
everything
is on the
looks
board.
good.
G4 is on the board. I love that decision. Wesley didn't even think about taking that pawn, which I also agree with. I mean, that was actually the idea of bishop h5. With every piece trade, black's defensive task gets a little bit easier. And will Jeffrey continue barreling down the king side with h5? The great thing about the exchange of light-squared bishops, while trades in general are good for black, the trade of light-squared bishops means that white has free access to the f5 square for his knight.
Yep. This position, it doesn't need to be mate. That's the thing. When a strong player is attacking you, he's not married to the idea that this has to end in checkmate. No. You start that attack, and he's a couple moves away from saying h5, bishop takes d3, queen takes d3, and as you're indicating, knight jumps into f5, and suddenly this could just be a positional domination.
And Wesley hasn't even put his clothes on the queen side. I mean, at this point, queen a4 has lost a lot of its luster. White still plays king b1. c5 has lost a lot of its luster because it would just be sending the knight where it wants to go anyway. So I don't even think we're talking about a potential queenside counterattack by black. I think this is all going to be decided on the king side. And the question for Wesley is going to be like, can he hold white's attack and the positional pressure down? It's not going to be, is black's attack stronger than white's attack? There is no attack to speak of for black.
Yep. I think at this point, we do need to focus back on the fact that Wesley, although he was down to 8.5 minutes, he's still there. It's Jeffrey who's spent, 4 or 5 minutes?
Bishop e2, and that's what he was spending it on. He wants to go after the black bishop with h5 and f3, or the opposite order. Is he trying to trap this bishop and induce a weakening move? If he can induce h6, then his strategy will be successful 100 times over.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%. And still, the move c5 runs into bishop b5. That idea is still there.
Yeah, it is. I mean, maybe Wesley has to go h6. The drawback of bishop e2 is that it does yield the e4 square to black's knight. I don't think you want to go knight e4 immediately because that exacerbates the problem of h5. But this is a bargaining chip that black could use in certain positions, either knight e4 or bishop e4. And queen a4 is on the board.
So I'm wondering...
King b1?
Yeah, I'm wondering what the idea is here.
Could the idea be... I mean, I was thinking of something. If the bishop was on f8, I was thinking the idea is c5, and then if the knight moves, you have some sort of bishop takes c2 tactics, but that's all hypothetical with the bishop still on e7 covering the rook.
And let's say you play king b1, and, just for lack of a move, black plays a6, just to stop bishop b5.
Although c5 does need to be calculated, I will say. But okay, let's bring up an analysis board. Let's say a6 happens.
Right. Because then this is exactly what Jeffrey spent his time on, right? h5, bishop e4, f3, and everything's happening in a la tempo. I mean, yeah, c4 is a great move.
No, this is over. Knight is coming to f5. I actually think Wesley the idea has to be c5 immediately. You have no more time to waste. And after bishop e5, if you keep calculating, I don't think this is that clear. I think the addition of the knight e4 resource actually gives black a lot of counterplay, let alone the fact that white has no squares for this bishop.
True.
So this is unclear.
Yeah, that's really, really tricky.
Isn't that crazy? I mean, c5, bishop e5 looks winning, but after queen a5, it's actually getting pretty complicated.
Yep.
Okay, king b1, knight e4, and queen e1 is on the board. And Wesley deciding against c5.
Yeah, that was a big moment, actually. But it needed so much calculation.
Bishop f6. That was his idea. And
Okay.
obviously he sees h5.
Yeah, exactly.
He obviously sees this move. What does he want to do against it? Probably some sort of sack on c3.
That's right.
Oh, I actually think h5, knight c3 just wins for black.
Yeah, I think the pressure on c2 is too much.
But hope nobody forgot about bishop e5. That still wins an exchange.
And h5 might find itself playable at the end of a line. Like, that's the thing about h5. Sometimes you calculate how you deal with it initially, but then a whole variation happens, things disappear, trades liquidate, and then at the end of that line, it's like, oh yeah, h5. Oops.
In fact, the situation might be so desperate that Wesley might have to liquidate into an exchange down endgame with knight takes c3, and he did just that, and Jeffrey has excellent winning chances here. You called it, Amon. h5 is still a problem. The e-file is white's for the taking. Oh my lands. Wesley has his back firmly against the wall here.
I'm not even sure how to really do this that well, because there's going to be a mate threat on e8. There's a threat to win a piece with h5, depending on how this game gets played. If you trade rooks, then the rook covers e4. This is like a serious problem for Wesley.
Oh, yeah. And if the rooks are off the board, if the dark squared bishops are off the board with every trade, white's winning chances grow exponentially. He's up in exchange, and a single bishop all by its lonesome is not going to be able to contain a rook that's trampolining from side to side, attacking black's pawns.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Wow, rook to e6.
A collinear move.
Just hanging on, right?
Yeah, h5 just by the skin of his. He's got one square. So Jeffrey could play f3 right now. Maybe Wesley wants bishop f2 to force white to either exchange rooks and improve his structure, or allow the rook to infiltrate e2, which is out of the question. So maybe Jeffrey would do better to take and go bishop e3 and try to force the bishop trade. I don't know.
Yeah, because black is also, he's going to play h5 himself, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
I can see that happening. I do think f3 is a serious move here. One thing I'll just go out and say is that Jeffrey somehow has navigated to, for sure, a winning position. Not just slightly better. I want to say this is definitely winning, just so we're all on the same page here. And if he can close this out with more time, a better position, he's on to Toronto. And what an upset that would be.
And what a comeback that would be. And the one encouraging thing for Wesley is that the time situation has equalized. So say what you will about the evaluation, but at least we've got a regular blitz game, or at least that's what it feels like for black. You can tell that Jeffrey, he's both nervous, he is more focused than he's ever been in his life. He knows the magnitude of the situation. He knows what's on the line, but he's going to have to push all of that away. The more noise enters your head in moments like this, the worse it is. And I think he has stepped up to the plate again, trading rooks and basically forcing the bishop trade him on, because I don't think Wesley can afford to drop another pawn. And you're not trapping the bishop there. You don't have the machinery to actually win the bishop if you play b6.
And look, it's not the pawn structure he might want with the f pawn ending up on e3 here, but I think getting rid of the bishop pair and simplifying it to simply, look at this, it's rook against bishop. He's got a bishop and a pawn for the rook, but at the end of the day, this is just a conversion. And with everything that's at stake here, this is all in Jeffrey's hands right now.
It is, but the one thing I'd say, he has to open up another part of the board. He's not winning with just the f-file. Black's controlling all of the infiltration squares. So my question, Amon, is how is Jeffrey going to go about this? Is he going to go eventually c4, b4, and c5? The encouraging thing for him is that he's not even really in a hurry. He can take as long as he needs to set those pawns in motion, and he can milk a little bit of time off of Wesley's clock if he wants to do so.
Yeah, I think at this point, I wouldn't even be focused on the clock. 5 minutes, almost 6 minutes, is truly an eternity. It's more about the plan. And a5's been played, b6 has been played. Look, we can see how white can open things up. b3, a3, b4. I will say a lot of people rush with the move a3 before playing b3, and you just don't want to deal with black playing pawn to a4. Then you can't get pawns rolling. So great technique so far. But again, what else can you do if you're Wesley except put every pawn on the opposite color of your bishop, right? And he's doing the best he can.
Yeah, he's doing the best he can, and you buckle in and enjoy the ride. And for Jeffrey, he's got to make sure of two things. First of all, that he keeps enough pawns on the board. You don't want to trade everything because then you're going to not have any pawns left. The second question, which I don't know the answer to, is does he want to play g5 and exchange a pair of pawns, which is bad? But the good thing would be that he has a pawn on a dark square, and Wesley's trying to make him regret it. Wesley's trying to... Oh, and he made him regret it.
Look at this. God, Bishop Rook
G6.
F5, Bishop E6.
No, Bishop G6. Oh my God, he can't take because the rook is trapped. Oh, this is a huge moment. And now he's got Jeffrey's pawn fixed on a light square, which is a huge problem.
Yeah, that's why the eval bar said, wait a minute, this is not what you thought it was.
And that's the answer to the question I posed, Aman. Yes, he should have gone G5 because now, okay, the H file is open, which is good, but he's got big problems with this pawn.
Yeah, and guess what? The king is going to go to D8, C8, B7.
Oh, man.
Jeffrey is now wondering, how the heck am I going to win this game?
And he might have to try to win it on the clock. I know that sounds crazy, but he might have to try to make 150 moves here. Move his rook,
literally.
Delay the pawn trades. Don't allow it to get to a 50. Don't get rook versus bishop because Wesley's going to make 50 moves in 5 minutes, but just keep moving and be vigilant and expect and hope for a blunder. But this is now objectively totally drawn. Wesley has a fortress.
Yeah, this is not just totally drawn, but like it seems easy for black to make moves. Nothing to worry about either. You go bishop, I don't know, G2 and just shuffle on that diagonal, basically.
Jeffrey will have to play C5 at some point. My recommended approach is to milk as much as you can. Try to go up on the clock. He's down on the clock right now. And then play C5 when you're getting close to the 50 move rule. But even that's easier said than done because Wesley's not staying totally passive.
Yeah, I mean, let's say you stay on dark squares, king D2, rook H6, king C3. If you pre-move a bunch of these kind of moves, yeah, you can probably get some decent amount of time off the clock, but I wonder if it's really possible to run 4.5 minutes down.
No, I don't think it is. I think if Wesley had 2 minutes, the answer could be yes. But let's not forget, again, Wesley is up 40 seconds on the clock. So if somebody is going to play the clock, it actually could be Wesley. I don't see a single idea for Jeffrey here. He can't make his way past the 4th rank with his king. He can't make a single threat. And Wesley's just moving his bishop back and forth.
For sure. But I think you can and you must. With what's at stake here, you have to start thinking game, like match strategy. You have to make a lot of moves and then make one pawn move and then make a lot more.
And then make a pawn move. But doing that takes time investment. Jeffrey has to be careful not to blunder his c-pawn or he's going to be losing. And choosing the right moment for c5 is a hard task. And you might not even be able to play c5 as long as black's king remains on c6. I think you're going to have to play it anyway. And I think we're going to see c5 very shortly. I don't think Jeffrey is going to make 50 moves here. There's also the fear of a 3-time repetition.
Yeah, I think bringing the rook to h4 comes to mind, just to try to guard the pawn laterally, and then you have a bit more freedom to move your king. And I think if we see a pawn move, it's probably going to be b5.
Wow. And rook a8, Jeffrey continues the ring around the rosy with his rook. But Aman, if you go b5, then you're never going to be able to push another pawn.
That's right.
There was a quick mate threat there.
Yeah, exactly.
And Jeffrey accelerating his pace. But he's still done 50 seconds.
It's a lot of time to make up. Wesley he's a quick player. It's not like he's a guy that needs any acquainting with a time scramble situation.
No, totally. Wesley, people don't realize Wesley's a great bullet player. He can handle himself with the best of them. And he's not just going to say, let me sit there for 45 seconds. He's playing it basically instantly himself. And now he's up a minute. No, this is, barring a miracle, I think Wesley's going to Toronto.
It looks more and more like that right now. And I think very, very soon, I haven't been keeping track. It'd be interesting if we could get, a counter for how many moves it's been. He might be close to a 3-time repetition, by the way. This king on c3, I saw a lot earlier. I think he needs to watch out.
Dude, he's very close to a 50 move roll. I think this is move 44. I think Jeffrey will have to play c5 or b5, like right now. And there it is. And there it is. No, but he's still down a minute.
He might have
The time
checked, by the
situation
way.
was flipped.
Jeff is like, I feel like Jeffrey really did check the move counter because that was so close to 50, it seemed intentional.
Indeed. But that comes at the cost of a couple more seconds. If the time situation was flipped, if Wesley was the one with 2:05, this would be a 50-50 game. With Wesley at 3 minutes and still up a minute on the clock, his position is almost easier to play than Jeffrey's because he's literally just shuffling his bishop back and forth.
Yeah. And Jeffrey needs more like actual pre-moves like this. Because of the dark square complex, I think he really can play a little bit more loose with the pre-moves.
He can. And Wesley, I mean, he's got to look out for a blunder. Maybe Wesley mouse slips. Everything is possible, Aman. We've commentated for so long. We've seen absolutely everything.
We have,
But if Wesley wanted to force a rook versus bishop position, he could play d5, d4. He doesn't want to do that because he has no reason to give up his pawns. No, this is this is dead. He's not going to give up his last pawn.
Yeah, and I just don't. Now there's no more pawn moves, right? So now it's a true 50 moves.
Okay, but king d4 trying to get to this pawn.
Just get. I think you don't try to hang on to the pawn personally.
Really?
I don't know.
I think you do, but I think you can't. Oh, Wesley's going to lose that pawn.
Yeah, I just feel like in these situations where your job is to...
Ooh, e3 though. No, he's not. That's it. Pawn getting to e2, and you're going to anchor it with the bishop from h5. It's over.
Yeah, that's too far down the board.
It's too... Oh, and he pre-moved it.
Bishop c2, even if you want. But actually, king there is... Yeah,
it's official. You're literally just going king f2, and Jeffrey can only passively spectate as black moves back and forth. He takes on e2. 131 moves is what it took for Wesley So to make it to Toronto on the heels of an unbelievable defensive effort, Aman.
Amazing, yeah. Like, that position, it can't be understated how well Wesley had to defend that to even spot that g5 idea, fixing a pawn on a light square, and then to have the speed to keep up with Jeffrey and understand the assignment. Stay up on time and don't let yourself flag with no increment. I mean, so many things went right for Wesley defensively there. Jeffrey will be kicking himself for that g5 moment, Daniel.
Yeah, Wesley is just such an absolute monster. And that is indeed our brave moment, a brave move of the day. It's time to make your move from Chrome to Brave. Remember to go to brave.com. We thank Brave for sponsoring the CGC. Let's get to the brave moment and move of the day. It's this one. It can't be anything else because this is where Wesley So booked his ticket to Toronto. And this is where Jeffrey forfeited that opportunity. He had to play g5 and fix the pawn on a dark square, Aman, because once you don't do that, you're giving black a chance to liquidate all of the pawns. But what Jeffrey really missed was the incredible bishop g6.
Yeah, that's true. This move sealed it because if you take on g5 here, it looks so innocuous, but you take on g5 and your rook actually gets trapped with the incredible king to f6. To spot this idea defensively, it's so underrated. Like, defensive moves are tactics on their own. I consider the move g5 to be a tactic of sorts. And it was spotted by Wesley and missed by Jeffrey. And you saw the eval bar, Dania. It jumped all the way back to zeros when the move g5 was played. And of course, if you end up playing this, it jumps even lower because it's winning for black.
It is literally winning. You have to give your rook up. The pawn ending is lost. And after that, Jeffrey had no choice but to give up the g-pawn. The king side is liquidated, and on the queen side, black has a complete fortress. Nerves of steel from Wesley to finish it off. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was our brave move of the day. G5 and bishop g6. We're not going to assign a winner. The two moves of the day as Wesley So carries the match and joins Lovan Aronian for the first two tickets of the 8 who are going to Toronto. And Aman, we're looking at the bracket here. So many more matches to look forward to.
Absolutely. I mean, we've got some clarification on a few of these matches. We know that Wesley and we know that Aronian are going to be joining us in Toronto for that final 8. However, there are so many other matchups that you guys need to keep your eyes on. Of course, we look at the right side of the bracket. We see top-seeded Giri, looking at his match against Pankratov, who is there for sure as one of the biggest underdogs in this field, along with Alexis Sarana. However, you think about big favorites and people to watch, I'm looking over there at Nihal Sarin. Yes, he's not seated as high as Ding Liren, but Nihal Sarin, up and coming, he is such a force to be reckoned with. The speed is there, the confidence is there. He joins that young junior class of players that is so frightening to play against. And you mentioned it earlier, Dania, top left of your screen, Nakamura against Dominguez, the All-American matchup. Two players who find their way to, the finals, it seems, of everything they play in. And Nakamura, I think, is a lot of people's favorite for the entire event. So will we see him in Toronto is the main question.
We will see. There's only one way to find out. And we will find out what Wesley thinks about his epic effort on the other side of the break, because we will have Grandmaster Wesley So in the studio for a post-match interview. Ladies and gentlemen, go absolutely nowhere. You do not want to miss hearing Wesley's thoughts. So we'll have Wesley here for you as you watch the conclusion of the Chess.com Global Championship presented by Brave. We'll be back with a Wesley interview on the other side of this short break. Welcome back to the Chess.com Global Championship presented by Brave. And we have, speaking of Brave, speaking of epic, we have Grandmaster Wesley So in the studio on the heels of an incredible victory over Grandmaster Jeffrey Xiong to make his way into the Final 8 and to Toronto. Wesley, congratulations. Let's start with the Armageddon game. When did you know that you had the draw in the bag? And what are your thoughts on the Armageddon game as a whole?
Yeah, first of all, I must say I'm incredibly lucky. I think other than the first game, I wasn't playing really well. And Jeffrey Hall has this little idea, so I decided to play the Petrov just to see if he has anything there. But he played Bishop F4, which is surprisingly not so easy to meet in a blitz game. And in the end game, when I lost the exchange, I was pretty much ready to resign.
Yeah, that was
I
a
mean,
that was a
obviously,
really scary moment for you, obviously. But I mean, off the back of that blunder, it
yeah.
seemed like you went into like such an impressive defensive mode, and you came up with this beautiful idea, G5, which when you got that move, did you feel like that was enough right there to draw?
Yeah, so I mean, I thought the end game was pretty much lost, but I can't do anything. So I just decided to play, and Jeffrey started using some time, so that gave me hope because there's no increment for the entire game. So at the very least, one of us can try to flag the other. So that's the only hope that I had. I think White was surprisingly in the end game though. It's not so easy to win. Like I think on move 29, maybe White can play like G5, H5, Rook G1. But when I got G5 on move 32, I suddenly had some hopes because he obviously missed Rook F5, Bishop G6, and he can't take the pawn. So he missed that trick. And when I played G5 followed by Bishop E6, I realized that I have a fortress, and that it's you know almost impossible to lose. But yeah, I mean in general, I think. If Jeffrey won the match, it would have been well deserved considering that I was also losing on game 3. And today has not been particularly my day. And Jeffrey is an amazing player, of course. Before the match, I knew that anything could happen. Our rapid rating on Chess.com is very similar to each other. So, yeah, but anything can happen in Blitz. And I know. I think it was a great match. With lots of mistakes for both sides. I think also I was very disappointed with the way I played game 2. Like I equalized out the opening, but then just played blunder after blunder, and so that's like totally unexplainable. Hopefully, I don't do that in the U.S. Championship, which starts in a couple of days.
Game 3 was also pretty wild, Wesley. Jeffrey displayed some great preparation in the Caro-Kann. And then there was a moment we were very surprised by. He took about 6 minutes, and he didn't play Queen G7 after which we thought you were in mortal danger. Were you surprised at that moment? What were your thoughts during the end of that turnaround game?
Yeah, obviously, I think game 3, I didn't check with an engine. Like I'm too disheartened to check, but I guess I was lost somewhere. First of all, this line game 3 was played by Matthias Bluebaum in the Olympiad, so I didn't realize that Jeffrey would be this well prepared in the Caro-Kann. Otherwise, maybe I wouldn't have gone for it. Like I think on move 18, the main line is like Bishop E2 or something. On move 18, Bishop E2. Bishop E2 was. Oh, is it Bishop E2 or Queen? I don't remember now. Or is it Queen E2? But anyway, on move 18,
shows, Bishop E2
is the best move according to the strong engine.
Yeah, the engine at depth 20 gives Queen H4, but I wouldn't trust that too much. Obviously, that's a little bit low depth.
Yeah, I think the strong engine gives like Bishop E2, but I can't remember the details. Like if Black knows all the lines, he is holding the draw. But then over the board, I thought I'm 2 pawns up, and why not this short castle? And I was hoping that Jeffrey wouldn't be prepared after short castle, but he played well. And then when he played Rook G6, like it's very difficult to play. Yeah, very difficult to play for White. Like after C3, but at the same time, I couldn't find a killer blow for him, so I just play. And if I lose, then that's then I lose. But when he played King G8 on move 21, like I don't know what to play. Like I almost click the resign button because it looks like such a bad position for White. But somehow he blundered. Like Rook D8, move 22 was a blunder.
Yep. What were you planning on Queen G7?
Queen takes pawn.
Queen takes pawn.
Queen takes pawn. Yeah, Queen G7, Queen takes pawn. King H8, Bishop F1. Rook G8. Yeah,
probably Rook G8.
Yeah, I have some like yeah, like Queen G7, Queen takes B4. Fortunately, he can't play queen h6 because I can run with the king to f1 and stuff. Yeah.
You mean in this
Queen-
position?
Right.
Yeah,
you can
queen
grab that
g7,
first
queen
position.
takes. Yeah, I mean, basically my entire king side is falling, so I just have to keep running all the way to c2 if possible. That's why I
guess
played
that's
c3,
kind of
so I can hide.
That's the thing with these positions, right? Is sometimes it's so tough for you to play that you don't really have to think too much about your moves. Either it works for you defensively, or you lose the game because he's playing well.
Yeah, I think also like after bishop f4, I have g3, which is very lucky also. Like it doesn't trap my queen. Yeah. But yeah, I mean that's the thing. Modern chess these days, black just sacrifices 2 pawns and completely equalizes. Like no one would ever play. But yeah, I mean Jeffrey plays many openings, and the Caro-Kann wasn't on my agenda. I certainly didn't expect him to prepare this deeply. But for some reason, like Jeffrey plays very well, and then at some point in a critical position, he spends like 5 minutes, and then starts getting low on time and starts playing a bit worse. So that's my general feeling in the match.
Right.
Yeah. Go ahead, Aman.
Yeah, I was gonna say we got that feeling as well. I was gonna ask you what you felt about the topsy-turvy nature of the match. It really was like nobody was drawing any games, and you had some great games when you had the white pieces, and Jeffrey had some great prep, but it seemed so back and forth. Was this like a theoretical battle, did you feel like, between you and Jeffrey?
No, it wasn't a theoretical battle, and because he played different openings with white. Yeah, he certainly prepared well in the Caro-Kann, and I knew the opening wasn't that much of a big deal because, like in game 2, I equalized, but I blundered very quickly. So, like blunders happen. I think general just wanna play some good chess. Jeffrey's a very good player. I have tons of respect for him, and he's also very tricky, and he can spot a lot of tactics very quickly. I think he just kind of collapsed in the end, like in game 3, also in the Armageddon, and that gave me some chances. For my preparation for this match, I just basically played a lot of blitz and bullet, and that's about it. Like I didn't really prepare anything special in the opening.
Right. Wesley, you're going to Toronto in November. It's going to be an incredible final with 8 players. Could you share your overall thoughts on how you're approaching Toronto, and whether you think it is going to be more nerve-wracking to basically play in person than it's been so far playing online? What are your general thoughts on that?
Yeah, first of all, I want to thank Chess.com and the tournament for holding the Global Chess Championship. This is the first ever of its kind, and I'm very grateful because this is totally unexpected. It's got huge amount of prizes, which is basically unprecedented in online chess. And I just won 3 matches. Each match lasts around 2 hours, and I already won $25,000. So I mean, this is some serious money. So I'm very grateful for that. And I'm very happy to qualify for Toronto because that means that I won't be going home for the next 2 months because I'm playing one tournament after another. And so I like playing over the board better because it gives the tournament a serious setting. If you feel like you're really playing an important event than just online. So I'm very excited by this new format with 8 players. I'll be playing also in Iceland with a similar format, I guess, except it's Fisher Random. So it's going to be fun, and I haven't been to Toronto in such a long time. So it's nice to see friends that I know from the chess world. Like I saw Levon qualify. Also, it's nice to meet people from Chess.com, and hopefully you guys will be there. So it's going to be exciting, and I look really forward to it. Hopefully, I'll play a bit better than today.
Yeah, Dania and myself will definitely be there. I'm here. I'm here right now, Wesley. So I'm waiting for you.
Oh,
But,
yeah.
you also have you mentioned a busy schedule. Obviously, the U.S. Championship is a part of it. You might even meet Jeffrey there again.
Yeah,
so, I mean,
he's
that's
probably
right.
here.
So
Like,
you have... Oh, go ahead, Wesley.
yeah, he's probably here already. Like, I arrived early in St. Louis, and I think Jeffrey's already
yeah,
here.
exactly.
Yeah, it's going to be fun and exciting. Like, I played Jeffrey a lot. I also played him in a lot of sparring games in the previous years. We've been teammates in the past, in the Pro Chess League, also in the online Olympiad, and he's a great kid.
A lot of history.
Agree. Wesley, final question before we let you go and keep preparing for the U.S. Championship. A feature chat question from Rafa K88, who wants to ask you, Wesley, if you ever felt as though you had no chance of a comeback during the opening and middle game when Jeffrey had the advantage. How did you motivate yourself to stay in the game instead of clicking that resign button, as you were mentioning, the second game in the Armageddon?
Yeah, that's true. Game 2 and Game 3 was disheartening. But I guess at some point, as a player, you just gotta realize if you're going to lose, you're going to lose. But as long as you have some chances left in the game, you shouldn't think about the next game or about what you're going to eat for dinner. But you should just focus on using whatever chances you have left in the game, and try to confuse your opponent. Try to get him thinking. Try to make him use time on his clock and play a bit faster. And hopefully your opponent will make a mistake. But basically, as long as you have some hope left, just try to make as much use of your chances as possible. And that way, also, I'm very inspired by Hikaru Nakamura, because I watch him play Blitz and stuff. And he gets these awful positions, like completely losing positions. But he will turn it around so fast and just grab the win and say, "We'll take the win, guys." A win is a win. So.
It's a skill. It really is.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, definitely. Like, try to be ahead on the clock, on the time. Also plays a big factor, because then your opponent starts panicking. But yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, Wesley, we appreciate the insights. Thank you for joining us. Congratulations on the win. Good luck in St. Louis, and see you in Toronto.
Thank you, guys. I'm very excited to see you.
Thank you, Wesley.
Congrats to Wesley, and wow, Dania, what a day! As we wrap up, we have some conclusions. We know some names that are moving on. I'm just I'm shocked, but also thankful and entertained that it went so long. We got an Armageddon today.
We got an Armageddon. That is always a occasion worth celebrating, and another occasion worth celebrating as we look at the round of 16 bracket is that we have 6 more amazing matches to play before we determine the final 8. They include Nakamura Dominguez on the top left. We have Alexei Serrana and Pavel Pankratov. Dark horses are still in the tournament, and they have been taking the CGC by storm. So, Aman, there's so much to look forward to, and you will not have to wait long, because the next batch of matches are coming your way tomorrow at 9 a.m. Pacific, noon Eastern Time, 6 p.m. Central European Standard Time. Hikaru against Lanier and Fabi against Dmitry Andreikin. These 2 matches rival today's in terms of their entertainment value, Aman.
Yeah, I think seeing another Nakamura match is exciting. No matter which side you're cheering for, I think Nakamura's matches are always so exciting to watch. Fabi against Andreikin, though, don't forget about that one. I think that is the match of the day. Andreikin is actually a lot of people's pick to make it not just to the final 8, but even past that, towards that final spot to win the entire event, Dania. Such a powerhouse in this format. But of course, you're staring at the pretty serious part of the U.S. Olympic team on your screen right now. This is about as high level as these matches can get.
Oh, absolutely. And, obviously Hikaru is the heavy favorite. There's no question about that, especially in the context of a rapid match. But we wouldn't be watching the CGC if there wasn't surprise after surprise, if there weren't heroic efforts all around. And these matches will indeed come your way bright and early tomorrow morning. But ladies and gentlemen, before we sign off, we would like to thank our sponsor, Brave. Remember, Brave means private browsing and so much more. It is the browser for gamers, streamers, and creators. Make sure to make the switch to Brave at brave.com/chess. Oh my goodness, what a 3.5 hours this was. Grandmaster Ramon Hamilton, always a pleasure. Nobody I would rather be watching the games with than you. So thank you to you. Before I sign off, your final thoughts on what we saw today.
Thank you, Danya. Always a pleasure, really. The matches were so exciting. Full credit to the winners from today's matches. And as you heard Wesley echo in his final sentiments there, it's just really exciting for these players to be playing for such a prize fund. Really motivates them. You mentioned during the commentary that we're seeing top-level prep enter an online global championship, and that just is a testament to the event, to how serious it is, the magnitude of it. So that's really exciting that you see the mentality shift and how serious the players are taking the event. And it just makes it more exciting to commentate for everyone watching, more exciting as a spectator. We're just treated with this format. I love it. You have the 4-game match and then the ever exciting Armageddon game. But most of all, as we start to learn the participants and the names that we're going to need to say again and again as they enter the final 8, I'm very excited to find out who's going to be joining me over here in Toronto, Danya. So excited to call the final 8 with you as well.
Likewise, Amon, the CGC continues tomorrow. But for now, we would like to thank everybody in the chat on Twitch, YouTube, and elsewhere for following your favorite player and lending the CGC the magical energy that has carried it forward. We'd like to thank our entire crew at Chess.com, especially our producer, Matt, for another excellent broadcast, and of course, our friends at Brave, with whom we look forward to partnering all the way through the CGC Finals and Toronto. But for now, from the Chess.com Global Championship presented by Brave, we hope you have enjoyed the start of the round at 16. 2 matches are coming your way tomorrow, and we hope you have a great rest of the weekend. Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky and Grandmaster Amon Hamilton bidding you a great rest of your Sunday from the Chess.com Global Championship presented by Brave. We'll be back tomorrow. Bye.